Manina, if you are logged in, if you would like to make the interpretation announcement, please.
Good evening, everybody. We are live. The meeting is being recorded. Folks, our meeting is now starting. Everyone in the room, our meeting is starting, calling everyone to order. There used to be a little gavel here. I guess in 20 months, the gavel has gone away. I've missed that gavel. Quick call our meeting to order at 5:01 p.m. We have 5 board members physically present. We have, do we have confirmation that board member Coleman is on Zoom? We know that board member Foster is joining us virtually on Zoom tonight, and board member Coleman will be joining us on Zoom. We are trying to confirm if he is here yet or not. He is not here yet. We will let the public know when board member Coleman has joined us. So we will start our meeting with 6 members present, 5 in person, 1 on Zoom. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Heart, stay with me. I pledge allegiance. And for those of you looking on your screens at home, board member Coleman was indeed here for the Pledge of Allegiance. We have item 2B, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as submitted? Moved by Jennifer, seconded by Maria. We have one public comment on this item, and I will introduce this speaker as Board Vice President Lieberman is still getting organized. I should point out that board member Lieberman is coming from jury duty where she was placed on a jury. A group of her peers, welcome, and now you're back with another group of your peers. So we have one public comment from Nikki Kohlhoff on this item. So Nikki Kohlhoff, you will have 3 minutes to address the board. Okay, thank you. Do we have no more public comments on this item? Do we have any questions clarifying otherwise on the agenda? Do we have anything online, Sarah, from our members online? So we have a motion. I'll call for a roll call to approve the agenda. Jennifer? Richard?
Yes.
Maria? Lori?
Yes.
Keith? Craig? I can't see or hear Craig. I still don't, oh, there's Craig. Craig, do you wish to approve the agenda as submitted? Sorry, can you not? I couldn't hear you before, no. I couldn't hear or see. I can hear and see you now. Yes, we have that. We also have Jay Furnow on the call if you would rather hear from him. But yes, we are allowed to have a discussion as a board on these topics. Would you like to hear from Jay, or do you want to wait, let Jay address this during his presentation? Because he can address a lot of that already. Okay. Yes. Okay, thank you. And I'm a yes as well. So the agenda is approved, and Jay will be addressing many of the topics that were just shared, as well as others. We have a very short consent calendar. We have 2 items on approval of independent contractors. Both of these items were discussed at the last meeting. Do I have a motion to approve consent as submitted? I see moved by Lori, seconded by Jennifer. I know we have 1 public comment on consent, so I will still step in for Board Vice President Lieberman and say, Nikki Kohlhoff, you have 3 minutes to address the board.
The total amount is and the total.
Is that the end of the comment? I guess it is. Are there any clarifying questions for staff on this? Yes, Lori?
Yeah, I'd like to ask Dr. Drotti to answer the question that the speaker just
Yeah.
about the total.
Yes, so this contract is essentially an extension for something you already approved last year with Dr. Luke, supported the building of the African American Parent Advisory Committee that we're developing, BIPOC. So from there, remember the request was that they needed to, now that we have the mission statements and bylaws and all that, the next step is now to establish the infrastructure and the work that needs to be done. And the group requested that they want to continue working with the advisor. She was so effective in getting them to where they are. So in your email earlier today, I gave a description of the scope of work that they'll be engaged with. The sessions, you got to consider the sessions as one piece of the overall work. The chances are there will be about 10 sessions we're anticipating this next year to finalize the outcomes we need. It often happens in the weekends and other times for several hours, but what they do is the preparation work that goes in between and after each session. There's a lot of work that goes in there. So even though that wasn't described in detail and what she's doing every second of the day, but that's a total amount. So overall, if we do 10 sessions, it'll be about 20K to the district. For our outcome, I think you all agree is necessary. if you compare this to any other contract that we have, whether it be the bias trainings that we have for staff, usually we pay about $80K for that. You approve that several, and that's the discount actually. We get the discounted amount for that $80K. And that's a lot of time working with staff and administration to really kind of change the culture, non-biased culture in our systems. And we also have other trainings like Innovate Ed, working with teachers on how to review data and all that. That's usually about $100K or more. So this will end up being about $20K for services that will go straight to our students and parents that will then give us the product that the results that we've been looking for. So we did attach some of the scope of work on the agenda for the public to look at, but I think you all hopefully you got a chance to read it. And we'll have a similar plan at the next meeting for the Latinx group, but this is all the work that I'm asking them to do is aligned with the vision for parent engagement I've promised you guys I would want to deliver. So hopefully you support it.
Thanks, Dr. Wright. Maria?
I don't think the question was what the scope of was. They're asking the total amount. We have a per session, so I would like to move it to amend it to say up to including the $21,000, because that's 2,100 per session,
Yeah.
times 10 would be up
Yes.
to and not exceeding the
Yeah, we can do that.
21,000. If the situation is that it's more than that, then it can come back and we can adjust.
Yeah.
But at least for right now, we need to have a precise amount. It just can't, because we don't really know.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
I'll second that.
We can certainly do that.
Keith has his hand up.
Actually, Maria spoke to one of my questions. The other one was just a little bit more context.
Absolutely, absolutely. So anytime you're trying to close the gap in achievement or address systemic issues that result in certain groups like the African Americans and Latinx, indigenous folks, English learners, we do our best to try to resolve that in a lot of different ways. A lot of times the focus is on the system from the staff's perspective. I'm of the opinion and belief that we're partnering with the families we're actually trying to support would give us insight into things that the system can, give us insight into things that we're doing that can serve as barriers. So a lot of the training is based on that. Furthermore, we recognize that when you do targeted approaches for certain students, the results work. I'll speak to, for example, the English learners. Out of all the different groups, unduplicated students that we try to support, I would say the only group I know that we are very specific about in terms of training and all that is the English learners. And as a result, what you see is when you actually go through, when English learners come in, initially they're behind in achievement gap, but after we provide our treatment, our work, when you actually reclassify them, they actually end up surpassing the African Americans and Latinx students and becoming real close to closing the gap in achievement. But if somebody asks me, what are you doing to do that? I can have a specific answer and I can point to specific resources towards that. I think with the African American and Latinx students, sometimes we struggle finding the specific things that we need to do to provide that treatment. We treat it as general, thinking somehow it's going to work. I think we need to do both. We need to provide a general outlook, and a lot of work we're doing with the project-based learning, ACES curriculum, those things will provide agency in our students and to really navigate through the curriculum better. But at the same time, we need to be able to provide specific support. So what we're doing here is looking at the college going culture that's lacking and with the Latinx and African American group. And I think there's a lot of missing information or issues sometimes we just don't address. And I think having a program like this for the African Americans and Latinx will really help us resolve that. So I'm excited about it. I think this is something I can point to later on to say, because we did this, it ended up resulting in that. I think, and I want to be able to do that.
Keith, is that?
That's a long-winded answer. Sophie, I hope that answer.
Sure.
Thank you for that description.
Any other questions on this, on the topic, which is the consent? I would like to say, because we did have a motion in a second, I would like to say, I think this is a friendly amendment. So I would like to ask Board Vice President Lieberman, as the maker of the motion, if she accepts, her microphone just went dead, if she accepts this motion as friendly. She is signaling yes. And Jennifer, you were the second of the motion, so do you see it as friendly as well? Wonderful.
Yes.
So we have an amended motion which says that this contract will not exceed $21,000.
And I'll be sure to,
We're going to. I was just reading it. What? Yes, sir.
You have to approve the amendment.
But I was going to do that. I was just about to do that, to call the vote. Yeah.
You have to-
My understanding that oftentimes I am wrong, but I'm asking on consent item. Microphone's not working. Hello, now it is working. I hope everybody is well. So I could be wrong, but as I often am, but I am under the impression that even if the maker of the original motion sees what Maria and myself as a friendly, that still must be voted upon. And then I heard you just now say that we're going to vote to that, but when you just said you were going to move us to vote, it was to move on Lori's motion. I just don't want to lose sight of the amendment.
Okay, I see. Only 3 of these can be lit at the time. That's why we're both losing. So we all have to turn them off when we're not speaking. I believe, and maybe our attorney who happens to be on the line, which is rare, can answer this, but I thought that if a motion was friendly to the, an amendment to a motion was friendly to the maker and the seconder, that it was incorporated into the motion and that you would voted on the entire thing.
Well, I believe that there has to, well, it's great that we have Jay here, but the agenda states it as a particular way, so there needs to be an action in public taken by the board to change that what's in the written agenda. So the amendment, whether it's friendly or not, needs to be passed, and then we have a record of changing that.
I'm fine to do this. I think this is exactly what we're going to talk about tonight. I don't see it this way, but I'm happy to do it this way because I don't think it hurts us right now. So I will take a roll call vote to amend this contract to indicate not to exceed $21,000. The item is that. So Jennifer, Richard,
Yes.
Maria,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
Craig.
I'm going to say yes. I'm also going to say, I think what is crucial for us. We need our process to be clean, solid, legal, lined up. So whether or not we're saying we need to get to a move on, but we also have to do it. Richard to raise, and we just need our city council, probably Santa Monica's too, so they always get advice as to how to move. At the very least, make sure we're lined up properly with our rules, even if we don't have somebody present in the moment to advise us.
I'll take advantage of the fact that Jay Furno is with us now. Jay, how are we handling this?
on the, on the, on the presentation tonight regarding Robert's Rules. You know, we're doing the right thing, but,
Thank you, Jay. So we do have that motion was, the change to the contract was approved 7-0. So now I will, I guess, ask for a new motion to accept consent. We still have a motion to accept consent made by Lori and made by Jennifer. So that motion still stands with this amendment. I will do a roll call on that. Jennifer? Richard?
yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so consent carries 7-0. Now we get to the heart of the meeting, which is a board governance retreat, talking about PRA, conflict of interest, Brown Act requirements, and efficient and effective board meetings. So I sort of spoiled the surprise, but I will now reintroduce Jay Furno from F3 to lead us in this process. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Jay, and we look forward to your presentation and guidance.
You're muted.
Jay, not only are you muted, it looks like you're moving at like hyper speed. So let's start over again. So unmute, and I'll say nice things about you again. Jay Furno, take it away.
Was that nice? So thank you so much for having me. Let me know, John, if you're having. We're going to cover a lot of territory tonight, and I feel like possible, but still want to make sure that John, Mr. President, so is it, I just want to make sure I understood Jay correctly. Again, welcome, Jay. I heard that he's got a 90-minute presentation, but he said he also wants to make sure that he reflects or responds to our questions. Is it that we're holding questions as this presentation goes forward? Will there be breaks in the presentation to where we can ask questions? What does Mr. Furno prefer?
Jay, do you want to go section by section? Do you want to work through? What's your preference on this?
Your meeting, so I will do whatever is your pleasure. I certainly do not have a problem. As long as you give me the. I'm fine, just, I have a 5-year-old at home, so I'm interrupted all the time.
So let's say this, if people have something that comes up that needs an immediate answer, let's ask it politely when Jay takes a breath. If there are things that can be held until a section is over, let's make our notes and bring it up then. So we'll just show restraint and be efficient. Thank you. Thanks, Jay.
What screen you guys are seeing? Slide?
Jay, we see the big slide and then we see the small slide that comes up next. So we see a preview. We see the main slide and then we see the preview of the next slide.
Display settings you can swap.
There we go. Now we've got the slideshow view, so we're good.
Great. All right, like as I said, and again, thank you so much for having me. Quite
quite a few years now, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to help provide some training and answer some questions that will come up tonight. We're going to start with the Brown Act, and this is the first of the three topics. It's basically the open meeting law. Applies to public agencies, which public agency that's subject to the Brown Act. Stop for a second and recognize that we have a couple of new board members, and I'm going to try to toggle between a 30,000 approach to the Brown Act and then some. Presentation is that while the public is important for board meeting and it's important that they have a legal right to participate, and we'll talk about what that right is, that it's the board's meeting that occurs. So while we encourage the public's participation, requires that vote on those matters in for closed session exception. Why is the board required to comply with the Brown Act? The most significant civil consequence problem after appropriately agendizing the topic, or you might lose the opportunity to take necessary action because, for example, in personnel that the board's action is null and void. Action, the board will have lost that opportunity because the action's been. What's a meeting? A board meeting occurs when a majority of the board gathers at the same time and place to hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action. Hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action. Any item that is All of those meetings are appropriate. Those meetings are not meetings subject to the Brown Act. However, that does not permit board members Brown Act meeting. You can violate the Brown Act even at a non-Brown Act meeting by engaging in the discussion Brown Act also prohibits what they call as this slide that occur between a board member and an individual. And then C talks to D. I had this issue come up today. From his board members in an email about testing students. Asking a specific question. Now, what's important about that particular issue is that the Brown Act does not prohibit the superintendent from a majority of the board, all board members at a board meeting, so long as, again, a majority of the but an email that said if the superintendent had a serial meeting and that's one person does communicate with the majority of the board, shares information. Board meeting that hasn't been agendized. Kind of the caution here is that if you are having conversations, it doesn't matter if they're in person or not. If you're having them via text, well, a minority of the board can engage in those conversations, and it's not about that is a violation of the Brown Act. Again, topics are related to a board. Social has been new legislation about that is does allow board members to questions, provide information, or solicit at board members' social media posts, even through emojis or a thumbs up. Like, so so a board member can post on social media, but another board member may not direct. That's more restrictive than what one board member is. Posts a violation of Brown Act.
And can you say that last part again, please?
Yeah.
That's a Brown Act violation because it
No, it's Craig.
the because doesn't matter, right? But it's.
Yeah, it's because it's the law. I mean, I think it's we've had some internal communications conversations. That while serial meetings or meetings in general are defined for whatever reason, this legislation is a post. There's nothing wrong with. In fact, there's nothing wrong with multiple board members posting on the same social media platform or directly responding to each other. I think like Nextdoor, that app that is so prevalent in our communities now. Board member posts on. You could have multiple board members posting on Nextdoor, but if a board member, if a single board member
So Jay, could I take a shot at answering what I think is the underlying issue? Because at first blush, I thought, yeah, I don't understand that, but I think I do. I think the point is social media is visible to all board members as well as the community. So if I thumbs up something Craig says, I'm also communicating to Jen and Richard and Maria and John and Keith. And so that's where the violation is. So I don't think it's not just because of the law. I mean, that's the way I was looking at it at first, but I thought about it. And I think that's what the underlying issue is, even though it's not intentional, that's what the effect is.
I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that the underlying and significant purpose of Brown Act is that the board is conducting the public's business in public. And while there may be some ways to, it's not a meeting in front of the board, but we still don't encourage those conversations from occurring. And this is along that line of what the real underlying intent of the board of the Brown Act is to ensure that cautionary tale. I think we all have to be careful and aware of it.
Hey, Jay.
Don't do it.
Hey, Jay, I'm looking at three of my board members here. They're about to send kids off to college. I'm sure when they're on campus, they'll be like me, posting pictures of where their kid is and saying thank you to the high school for blank, blank, blank. So Richard says thank you for Santa Monica High, and Craig says thank you for Malibu High, and everybody sees it and say thumbs up. Is school, that's talking about the school, but it's not. I mean, are we getting that nuance, or just more or less about just school policies and all that?
I don't think that, I'm just off the top, Ben, I don't think that's a violation, Brian. It's not subject matter within the board's jurisdiction. That's what 992 is talking about, communicating with community members about board members are restricted from congratulating responding directly to that would not violate the ground. So, I mean, we have been moving through COVID for the last 15, 16 months. And early on was the executive order from the governor. Experts on this, and you guys are moving back into in-person board meetings, at least the hybrid. I mean, just until September 30th, unless it gets extended, the governor's executive order does play with board meetings that used to be restrictions on teleconferencing by board members into a board. Those have been eased during COVID. Board meeting via teleconference, or telephonically, or otherwise electronically. You don't have to, at this point in time, one of the interesting things that's going to come out of COVID is how we've all changed in how we interact with people, provide services to people in our community. There's some legislation to end some of these easing of restrictions on board meetings to allow our community members to participate, even beyond September 30th. But as of now, when September 30th rolls around, if the governor does not extend these executive orders, the laws are going to apply unless they change them, which is teleconferencing. All those teleconference rules that we used to adhere to. All right, any questions before I just move on to a new topic, which is the agenda?
One question from Richard, Jay.
Jay, I appreciate, it's not a question, I'm going to ask you to repeat something. So I really appreciate what you just walked us through. And in a comment that I made at a school board meeting recently, I alluded to the fact about our having meetings being the school board's meetings, and they just happen to take place in public. You started with that. I'm just hoping you can again reiterate that piece as you conclude that section.
No. The core principles, that's something. place. It's a serious, it's not a place for it's not a street corner. It's the board's meeting, trying to get done. Right to co-launch. It's the board's meeting, and that's just, it's not always an easy fence to rattle, but it's important that, you have to get through this meeting.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Jay.
Great, thanks, Jay. That's the only question we have right now from anybody.
All right, so agenda requirements. On occasion, public claiming that we have not appropriately important to recognize that actually the Brown Act identifies specifically what the obligation is for agendizing. Section 54954.2 says a brief general description of essential and what the obligation is to identify the public to know what the topic is. It's just to put so
Yes.
so every year the board is required as you have to identify when you're the Ed code requires that. What the regular meetings are is just what they say. In the meeting, when the board adopts their calendar, those board meetings now special board meeting. And a special board meeting is any meeting that occurs. That's not a regular board meeting or an emergency. Hours notice to have special board meetings. There are some restrictions on special board meetings. For example, through contracts of administrators. But boards, and I know boards don't like special board meetings, at least some boards. They do occur with regular. There are some restrictions though, not even on and what the public though, one of the restrictions and a comment on items on the agenda, and we'll get to why this is important later, because public comments, members of the public have the right to comment on any item within the board's jurisdiction at a regular board meeting. But at a special, it's only on agendized items. And this one, this is a COVID. This is go back to like, what was it, March 13th, 2020, March 16th, 2020, when schools were being shut down because of COVID. And I would assume that a threat to public health or safety. Stoppage of crippling activity or
Jay, quickly, a couple things real quickly. One, just to clarify what you just said, if this is indeed a special meeting, which it is, we have general public comment scheduled because that's what we have historically and traditionally done at meetings like this. But what you were saying, if I hear you correctly, is that for a special meeting of this nature, it was not necessary to agendize general public comment for this, that comment would only really be for the items discussed on the agenda. Is that correct?
you can, I mean, there isn't anything with, necessarily going above and beyond the Brown Act, but as a special board meeting, the Brown Act public comment to just agendize items.
Great, thank you. And obviously, we will follow our agenda tonight. No one is even insinuating that we would remove that item. It's just clarity for moving forward. And the second question I have for you is, it seems like there's one other meeting type that we didn't cover, which is a continuation of a topic. Can you explain, because we did that once a year ago, if we have a topic and we continue it to the following meeting, what special rules does that fall under? Yes, so we had a topic, I think we were discussing maybe a school reopening issue or something like that, and we had taken, the hour or two of public comment, and then we started our discussion, couldn't finish it, so we continued that topic to the following meeting. Okay, we scheduled a special meeting to continue just that topic.
Well, or we continue the whole meeting, whichever is the proper way to do it. Maybe you can advise us on continuing meetings and answer John's question. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's good. I'm trying not to answer John's question. That's the point. I don't know if I've seen districts So, as I commented earlier, Robert's Rules of Order was not a topic tonight in that presentation. I will say, just generally speaking, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that Santa Monica-Malibu has adopted Robert's Rules.
That is correct, we have not.
Okay. So, you haven't imposed yourself, you have not imposed Robert's Rules on this board. You haven't chosen to do that. Robert's Rules is not a legal requirement. The Brown Act is legal. The Robert's Rules is guidance. So I understand, and there are experts on Robert's Rules. Appropriate process under Robert's Rules for owning a meeting or starting again. And I don't know the answer to all those questions, John, but I will say this. If you ask me, we didn't finish a topic in this board meeting. We need to finish it. We want to reintroduce it at a later date. Out of abundance of caution, I would add it to the agenda. Call it special and just indicate on the agenda continuation of COVID-19 protocol conversation, right? And then the public at least knows that it's a continuation, but I would just re-agenda.
Sure, I guess then the follow-up question would be, we can address this later when we talk about public comment. The question is, I think in the case we're talking about, the reason why we had to extend it was the significant amount of public comment on a topic. Do we then open that same agenda item up to a new set of public comment? So if somebody has given a public comment today on something, we continue this to tomorrow, is that same member of the public allowed to come in and make a similar or new public comment? Okay. Okay.
So as part of the revisions that the board is address that is that if up again and offer comments again.
Great. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. So we can keep going. Thanks so much.
No problem. On creating the agenda, this is a bylaw that I went to, the board's own board bylaw here with very consistent with all the other school districts that I deal with. It's the, there's a process where the board president and the superintendent will get together and hopefully have a relationship where they can work together and create the agenda. So it's both the board president and the superintendent. Bylaw states that board first decide whether or not the agenda item request for information is, or is the issue covered by an existing board president, superintendent make the decision that it is where on the agenda it goes. Is it a closed session agenda item? Is it an action item? Is it an information item? Or is it their decision is subject to challenge by the board member or the member of the public who makes the request. The decision is up to the board president and the superintendent where that goes. So if the decides that this is whatever the issue is, it's because they don't expect a lot of conversation. It goes on the consent, and that's like remember the public can't force the board. They can certainly make a request, but again, it's the decision of the board president. Okay, good. So no questions about agenda building. That's good.
I do too.
Go
On
ahead.
agendas, yeah, let's. Yeah, no, you go first.
So, thank you, Jay. I was waiting for you to say that was the end of the section. So I appreciate John's questions that he posed. I really appreciate your making clear the distinctions between the Brown Act and Robert's rules, and also reminding all of us that we don't have an adopted set of meeting rules. We haven't done that, though we've talked about it in my tenure on the board. We've discussed that. The question I have is pertaining to our bylaws, and something that later in the evening I might ask the board to consider is that I think I heard you say this. Let me back up. If a member of the board asks the board president to place an item on an agenda, our bylaws would allow for the superintendent and the board member to determine whether or not he, she, they would do such a thing, correct? So not the board president?
No, if a board member makes a request, the president and the superintendent decide.
Right, and so there's no legal recourse for a member of the board to be able, an individual member of the board, if it is deemed not to be appropriate by the president of the board to have that there.
And I haven't said this yet, but individual board members are when they're acting by themselves.
Right, so I understand that, and I'm getting somewhere here. with this. So then on the agenda, which I appreciate that, because I think well, one I don't appreciate, let me say this. At the end of our agendas, not a special agenda like we have today, there are board member comments, and what's the other one, John? Future board agenda, board member items. And so I note that our city council has something called a 13 item where you have to have more than just a single member of the city council. It can be brought, something can come and be discussed to see if there's a majority of the board that has an interest in discussing the topic. As you've reviewed our agendas, would that be the most appropriate way for it? And when you say an individual, a singular member of the board, if he, she, they wants to ask his, her, their peers, what, I don't know why I'm looking at the screen. I can look at my peers. I keep looking, I'm just like looking way to see. I'm sorry. This is really strange. And I just want to apologize to my colleagues on the dais because I'm thinking like, I'm talking to my peers, but I'm looking at this slide here and I'm thinking I'm going to see Jay, but. So I'm going to look. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to look at my friends here on the board, which is all of you. And well, I can't even see Keith and Craig. That's not good. So like Keith and Craig should be somewhere where on one of these screens so we can see them. It seems to me, I want to know if it's a good practice the way we have it already established that if I wanted to bring something to the board, I'm being hypothetical here, right? I don't want people reading what does Richard want to bring to the board that he hasn't been able to get to the board. That's nothing. So, but what I'm saying is that if Maria wanted to agendize or have something agendized, in our current configuration in our protocols, Jay, from how you see the work we're doing, would it be that he, she, they, in this case, Maria, says in one of those meetings, would it be a special, right? It would be where we have that there. Hey, Mr. President, John Keane, I would like the board to have this conversation. And if there was some other member of this board who says, yes, I would like to see that happen too, how many would it take before it would be something that the superintendent and president would need to do? Would we have to create a new rule, or is it just, is it four? What I wanted to ask is, we oftentimes do this, right? We oftentimes say, because we've had these retreats before, we've talked about, we have new members, welcome Jen and Keith, we say welcome Watts, because we're really happy to have you both. We talked a lot in the years past as saying, hey, so that we could know when direction is really being given on things, whoever's leading our board at the time, we look around and say, hey, are there four persons who want this to actually unfold and go this way? So I'm wondering, one, it sounds like we might need a rule, but is it, we typically work that if Maria presented something in that moment and there were three other persons who joined her, that would then be direction for the superintendent to bring something to the agenda.
So I think what you're saying, Richard, if I hear you correctly, is that as we get later in the evening, as we start talking about amendments to our own board policies, right now, I think the way this is written, if 6 of you wanted to add something to the agenda, but head deceiver, the horrid John Keane says, sorry, that's a direct quote. If I say no, that's it. And that's not, along with Ben, that would be bad policy, but we could entertain something saying, if a majority of the board wishes to agendize something.
Thank you, Fred.
That could be a new policy.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, because that's exactly what I was, and anyone who's been watching Richard TJ on this board for 6.5, 7 years knows that this is something I've been asking about for a very long time. So,
and I just really wanted to say head deceiver, horrid John Keane, but
thank you. Thank you. You, Jay.
Can I jump in a second, because there's a related thing.
Craig, Lori did have her hand up. Is it something that's okay? If it's related, go ahead, Craig. Sorry.
Well, so it's very hard to track this because I'm reading the board policies while I'm listening. But our board bylaws 9322 states a board member or a member of the public may request a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on the agenda of a regular meeting. The request shall be in writing and be submitted to the superintendent or designee with supporting documents and information, if any, at least 1 week before the scheduled meeting date. Items submitted less than a week before the scheduled meeting date may be postponed to a later meeting in order to allow sufficient time for consideration and research. So I read that to say shall be placed on the next agenda, assuming it's more than a week before. So my double question is, how does this impact what Jay just said? And also a question I was going to ask before, how are we obligated by our own bylaws? What are the recourses for that? So it says right here, we should do X. What if we don't do X? What happens then? So two questions. What does this do, Jay, to your advice on the subject of agendizing? And what happens when we violate our own bylaws?
I'll go back to what John said. I think that right now, the way it's drafted, bylaws drafted, it only takes one. Doesn't need the majority of the board. That's the policy, that's the bylaw you guys have adopted. It would appear that John doesn't have a choice for president if it's a topic within the subject matter jurisdiction. That to me. So really it would take the board president to violate his duties by refusing under the current bylaw to place a topic that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Board so desires to modify its bylaw to give the board president or the board more discretion.
What's the recourse under the current situation of any violation of board policy?
It's an excellent question. I've never seen it come. All of its own bylaws and the board president, to follow.
So Jay, here's a question that goes back to the beginning of where we started tonight. So, because we have talked about this as a board, we've talked about this individually. If a member of the public comes in and says, I want you to agendize this subject matter, which I believe is within the subject matter of jurisdiction of the board, whose meeting is it? It's a meeting of the school board. But if there's an obligation to agendize any item that's brought up to you, that seems kind of peculiar. So I guess the question is, because we've talked about this, if we have discussed and voted on an item, and then someone comes back and says, no, I want you to agendize it again. I guess the question comes back again to, does the public have an innate right to place an item on the agenda at their will and not the will of this board president and superintendent?
Bylaw gives you some discretion now if it's a request for information or it's an issue covered by the existing board policy or administrative. Direct them other places. I think the Ed Code section, which is so the public's right to place a matter on the agenda of the school board is not in the Brown Act section in the education code. 35145.5. So 35145.5. We looked at the intent, the legislative history of that particular Ed Code section, and it was the intent behind that section was to prohibit the arbitrary denial of public participation in school board. I think, John, if the board has took action, I think you would have an argument as the board, if you had a board bylaw that gave the board president this authority to conclude that the intent of 35145.5 has been met. I wouldn't do that without a board bylaw in place. But it's at least a colorable argument. That's another, it's over and over and over and over. 25 years of doing this, where But I think you could give yourselves, it's the board's meeting, it's not the public's meeting. Work through those issues, you satisfy the intent of the ed code, the Brown Act's being met, because the public has been given an opportunity to make comments.
Thanks, Jay. Lori has a question for you.
I want to go back completely to what I think is more mundane, but it's actually what happened earlier in the meeting. So so if the duty we have is to, under the Brown Act, is to make a clear statement of what is on the agenda for each item, and we've met that duty. When we go, and by the way, this is not, I don't want to win this one to win this one. I just want to get what's right here. So to go back to the little item we had on the consent calendar, where I think the agenda, the Brown Act was met in terms of what is on the agenda. But then the board, in its discussion, wanted to add something to their approval. It's all in the way you frame the question even. I guess, to me, I understand that what Richard was saying was, well, the right thing to do is to amend the agenda item and then make a motion to approve that item, which there's nothing wrong with. But I guess my feeling is that if the Brown Act is the issue, you could easily, you've already met the Brown Act requirement for describing the agenda. And so it seems to me you're still complying with the Brown Act if you say, I move that we approve the item with the subject to the amendment that there's XYZ. In this case, I think it was a $20,000 cap on the contract. You're doing the same thing either way. And I feel like since we don't have either Robert's rules or some other kind of rules, it's the Brown Act that is what we need to comply with. And so I feel like either one of those approaches would comply with the Brown Act. So I guess that's what I think, but I'm asking you if you think that's right.
I agree, Lori. By being specific, you can be too specific in the agenda by inadvertently limiting your flexibility. I would tend to think it's kind of like
No, just to clarify, Lori, I guess for me, I took it as more procedural, so that for me, there was an item that was moved and seconded. There was changes that I proposed that Richard, accepted. And so for all intents and purposes, I think the vote was on the amendment alone, because if it would have failed, then we would revert back to the original motion.
But that's what friendly amendments are for.
But sometimes
that
they're
is sort of
expanded or
Robert's
not.
rules.
But no, that's what I'm saying, that sometimes that friendly amendment isn't accepted.
Right, and then you have to handle it a whole
Then you have
different
to,
way.
then you go back to the original motion.
Absolutely.
So that's why you have to take, in a sense of procedure, is you vote on you accept the amendment or not, then you move forward.
Right, but what we did, that's what I was suggesting we do, but Richard felt more comfortable with amending the literal language of the agenda item and then voting on a motion, which there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying I don't think that's required under the Brown Act. It's just another procedural approach to the same thing. So we could do it either way in the future, and we could do it either way earlier. I think my major point was to Jay's point, which he's made several times, which is it's the Brown Act we're trying to comply with and satisfy.
Okay, Jay, take it away. Continue.
All right, no, one other, again, the COVID-related executive order that's still in place with the agenda. The posted agenda must state how the public can remotely, virtually access and participate.
Jay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I lost in the previous section. I think this is a quick answer.
Okay.
If the whole continuance question, we continue a meeting, right? So and I didn't hear this, and I apologize if you said it, but if we also have a bylaw that says we won't go past 10:30 unless the board votes to. So I can see us using continuances more regularly in the future if we choose to. We would continue the whole meeting, and then we start from where we ended, and that meeting is treated as a single entity over time, and therefore we have the one general public comment and the one board comments and the one everything. Do I understand that correctly? And is that a tool for when we have meetings that run over time and everybody can't see straight and we need to stop?
I do, Craig, think that unless the board wants it to reinstitute public comments. Public comments have already occurred. Now, I really am a true believer that you guys it is critically important that the public be informed about what the board is considering. I am almost certain if I was asked the question, I would advise the board and call it a continuation of the previous meeting. But the reason being isn't so much the public comment part of that. It's that the public, maybe they dozed off as well in that meeting. They don't know that this meeting is going to reoccur. So I think you should post it again and give the public 24, 48, 72 hours notice that this meeting is reinstituted. And that's continuing from the previous one. Again, that says the public comment has already occurred on this particular item. We haven't gotten to it yet because public comments like maybe is section 5, but the Brown Act requires that members of the public have an opportunity to comment on items before or during. But so if you have all the public comment on a particular item before the board considers it, and then you run out of time and you re-engage the public board meeting on that particular item, you already have the public comment on that item. And I think you need to explain the Brown Act by not permitting members of the public to re-engage.
So just to clarify, you're saying there's no problem with continuing the meeting and taking up where you left off as if the meeting were one time span. But your caveat is we need to agendize that and give what we need to put in our bylaws some reasonable 24, 48 hours to notice that meeting will be continued so the public can come back. But with that caveat, there's no problem with a single meeting spanning several sessions.
Yes, Craig. I mean that's if Ben called me and asked for my advice, I would say that meeting posted as a continuation of public notice requirements. I think that you can. Something we haven't talked about, Craig, is that the board president in your bylaws, and I did not look at this for this presentation, but board president are identified in a board bylaw. policies and board bylaws, the board president has authority to run the meeting. So I think the board president can decide, again, as long as it's not contradicting existing board bylaws, that we're gonna stop board meeting. And again, if been called, I would say, agendize it and post it at least 24 hours ahead of time. You can start up where you left off for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Jay, let's, in my capacity to keep them, okay, go ahead, Keith.
And, I'll make it quick. And thank you, Mr. Cornell. I've heard you say a couple different times, obviously, there's a difference between Robert Rules of Order and actual. But then I heard you say that if indeed the board with certain actions, bylaws in place, the language bylaws to allow for such. Like in the last particular comment, would there then be a bylaw that says if the board continues the meeting, public comment has already occurred, the board can move forward. That language need to be a bylaw?
I mean, so here's the challenge, and thank you for the question. That what I meant to say, and I apologize if I wasn't clear. Robert's rules are not legal requirements that must be met unless the board has adopted the procedures, and then you have to follow your own procedures. So because the board hasn't adopted Robert's rules, while they're great for efficiency purposes, getting through board meetings, you don't have to follow Robert's Rules of Order. But the board president, under his or her duties, it probably says in there that they control the efficiency, how a board meeting runs, as the board president. So I think that the board president probably does have the authority, again, unless it contradicts a bylaw, to decide we're going to end this meeting per the board bylaw at 10:30, and we're going to pick this up again, and we're going to start where we left off. I think because you don't have any rules that prohibit that the board president could do that. What I do think, though, is important is that I think it's also a good practice that the board adopt bylaws for how they're going to run, so that you can address some of those concerns, and the board president doesn't feel like he or she is on an island trying to make these decisions. The board has already imposed certain rules and regulations on how board meetings are going to run. So I think that if it's important, if there's a particular issue that the board feels like we want, whoever the board president is, we are saying this is how we want the board. Or when the board meeting runs long, the board agrees that public comment has already occurred. And while the board president may have that authority, I think it's a good practice.
Richard?
All right.
Sorry, Jay, Richard has one more point to ask, please.
Are you there, Jay?
I am.
I just want to make sure we're still on the agenda part, because I see your next slide says closed session, but we're still on the opens. Thank
Very
you.
fluid and very informal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, but please. Okay, so I have a question for you about consent items, and particularly about, well, I have two questions about attachments in a way with agendas. One is with these purchase orders that we have, and whether or not what the law requires of a governing board like us in approving purchase orders. So for example, at our last meeting, right, there were like 200 pages, right, Sarah? There were hundreds of pages of, it was lots of them. And I printed that whole document and a whole ream of paper. But we're just wondering, do we have to put all of those in public view, purchase orders? And do we as a board need to even vote on those? That's a question. And then second, what does the Brown Act and then does the agenda require for the kinds of attachments and searchability, accessibility, et cetera, for the public on attachments, things that we would use as a board members, plural, for the work of the board in a meeting, public meeting. Thank you.
First. Just dealing with the Brown Act, because those are a lot of complicated questions in there. But with regards to the Brown Act itself, there is no legal requirement in the Brown Act that supporting documents be posted with the agenda. There is no Brown Act requirement that the board post supporting materials with the agenda. The Brown Act talks about the agenda. It doesn't talk about supporting documents. So, and this comes up, and I understand, I'm not saying that you shouldn't post. I'm not saying that districts don't post. It's very common to post documents, the backup material. But I dealt with this throughout the years, and there is nothing that says that the board, if we're going to approve a superintendent contract, there's nothing that says that the draft contract has to be posted 72 hours ahead on the agenda. It can go forward in draft form, and when they approve it, that's when you have to provide it to the public. So that's just one example. So that's just the legal, that's an easy legal answer. Items, you had a question about consent, Richard?
The only question I have about consent is pertaining to the purchase orders that appear on our consent agendas as practice, and I think all of us are paying close attention.
I think, and I looked through Santa Monica's purchase orders before, and I've seen the length of time in small print, which they entail. So there's a lot of information in there. I'll say this about the ed code. It's not. So I would think that yes, I think.
But Jay, can I just add to that, or sort of say more of what's behind Richard's question? I think those are, for the most part, the purchase orders are not, the contracts have already been approved. If they in fact are subject to contracts, what our purchase orders include are literally every check that's ever written, if I'm not wrong. It could be for $5 and it's on the purchase order. And it might not, if it is a $5 check, it probably isn't pursuant to a contract, but that is neither here nor there. I mean, we literally had 200 pages of purchase orders last time. So what purpose under the ed code or anything is being served by putting that on the agenda for us? I mean, I can see it as an information item for us and the public that all these checks were written and who they're written to. I don't have an issue with that, but I think what Richard is, what's behind his question is, what really is the point in having the board approve $5 checks? I mean,
You're probably, Lori, I think that's probably not. What purpose is it? And I'd let it's information and
that's why I said information. I see that.
look at. And might be a board member who wants to read all of that. So, yeah, I think and I'm not, I don't tend to be but I know it does require contracts. If the boards approve a contract, for example, for legal services, at a maximum amount, the board's already adopted a contract that says in fact, I'm confident that every board's meeting, the board doesn't have to approve every payment that's made to a council, because they've already approved the contract with the amount that they can incur. But I've seen that happen a lot, that agenda, and I think it's more for your point.
So not to put you on the spot, but could you maybe research that a little bit? Because I think, again, I'm not at all uncomfortable with those things being out there for public view and for our view. I think we're just wondering about the wisdom of us approving them, which is somewhat silly because we're basically approving things that have already been sent and in furtherance of contract obligations.
No, I can take a look at that, and there's always something that I can look at, and I can work with Ben on that. And what's the purpose and what's the
Thanks, Jay. I think we can go to closed session now.
okay. All right, so closed session. So I said, earlier that the public has a right to participate in part of board meetings and hear the discussion and the deliberation. That there are exceptions to that. They're limited, and where the Brown Act permits the boards to go into closed session to discuss particular matters, be it personnel. If you guys are in the middle of litigation, session. If you're looking at the property, you can go into closed session and talk about the price of property. So there are some exceptions, but to go into closed session, it has to be for authorized topics. So and Brown Act requires what we call safe harbor language, which as put in this 54954.5. It identifies all the safe harbor language for closed session. Satisfy those requirements, not subject to a successful limits. And actually, the government code will identify exactly what you need to say on the agenda. And I work with Sarah, who does great work for you guys, and probably better at preparing agendas. For everyone's edification, these are the permissible, probably the main prevalent closed session topics that we talk about. One is personnel matters. So if the board is going to appoint or employ or evaluate, what's important in this particular, all you have to do is all the agenda has to say is government code section 54957, public employee discipline dismissal. Doesn't have to identify the number of matters that we're talking about. This is what we call a placeholder, and this is almost on, I would suspect that this is on most session agendas for most school boards, for almost every board meeting. Probably the most prevalent one that we use. Also, a closed session topic for pending litigation. Sometimes by districts, we won't even know that there's a pending litigation matter session agenda item that is supposed to be conference with the legal we weren't there. So this is one just to be cautioned. I just caution. If you're going to use pending litigation, it is conference with legal counsel. And so the attorneys need to be involved in some manner. That can be through a memo to the board. It can be over a telephone call. It can be in Zoom. But it is conference with legal counsel. Or whether to, if the board is deciding whether to matters, if the board is considering really any matter involving a student. Echo, it's a really quickly, just to why this is significant is the Brown Act applies to all public agencies. There are specific ed code sections that apply to bargaining. That's a closed session agenda item. So you go into closed session and talk to the district negotiators to provide direction. The main part of, or the main purpose for the closed session topic here is so that inform the board as to what's happening in bargaining and also to receive direction from the board. Common one. Security matters. Was going to meet with law enforcement or security experts to discuss, these topics, threats to building security, essential public services. That can occur in closed session. Property bargaining, but this is the purpose is to again instruct the district. So I'll finish with this and then I'll take questions. But I'll go a couple more slides. One of the requirements of the Brown Act is when you take action in closed session, the Brown Act requires that any action votes of every board member. If it's a unanimous vote, then you don't have to by every board member. But if it isn't a unanimous vote, say vote or 4-3 vote or 5-2 vote, then identify. I usually simplify it by saying there was a 5-2 vote with why voting against. You also need to, the minutes need to reflect if a board member is absent from a board. There are some exceptions for reporting action taken in closed session. If and signed off on that agreement of litigation and decisions that of information, confidential information that you learn during. There are some exceptions again that you're allowed to provide that information to persons entitled to receive session. For example, if you think the Brown Act was violated, you can go to the DA's office. Disclose what happened in closed session. Certainly disclose what happened in closed session if he's not there, or your legal counsel. But as a general rule, board members are required to maintain. What's interesting or important, I guess, is that prohibition on disclosing confidential information applies to current and former board members and newly elected. But what this means is that there's going to be no tell-all books written by any board member. Is with the board member disclosing that information, they could be violating someone's right to privacy. They could be disclosing attorney-client privilege, and they could also. I mean, these are just some examples, but they could impact collective bargaining. I mean, if you know, we want to that we are empowering our negotiators. Board members are out talking about what's happening in closed session, about bargaining. It could certainly impact the ability. There's liability. There's also liability for disclosing closed session information. Again, I list just personal liability. You can be removed from office. You can be subject to a civil lawsuit. Board members who have been subject to session. And I've had boards verbally and censure board members for violating what happened in closed session, where it turns up in a, you know, it turns up in a news story or it turns up in a flyer that's posted about, again, confidential information and discussion. I'll take any questions. And John, just real quick, it's already 6:45. I want to be respectful of your time.
Yeah, I think, Jay, I think because we're doing what we normally do, which is we're bringing some other stuff in. So I think it's all going to come together in a unique Berkeley stew by the time we're finished with all this. Berkeley soup, sorry. Any questions on closed session? Let's go on to public participation.
All right, so public participation, as I've said, you know, from the jump, members of the public have a right to participate in board comments or during the consideration of any item that were within the board's jurisdiction. Board, while the board is able to make members of the public are allowed to comment, and this supported this prohibition of prohibiting criticism is not only it's reflected in your own board policies, procedures, programs, or services. Employees to be criticized from the podium by members of the public, but as long as the members appropriate language, the yelling and screaming, as long as they're just speaking appropriately, then we can't stop them from speaking because we don't like them. That also does not excuse a member of the public from responsibility for what he or she says. This is not a criticize in the district, or God forbid a student, they're going to be held responsible for their comments. Board bylaw 93/2023 talks about public comment. open meetings, the public legal right is to, or is there is the right to comment on agenda items only. Once again, it's they can comment before or during consideration of an item.
Hey, I feel like we're moving on from here. We try to have standards of decorum in that, we try not to do name calling. We try to, I don't know that we have a specific definition of it, but the League of Women Voters brings that in when we do our debates and stuff. So we're kind of conditioned to it as people who run for public office. We sort of know it when we see it, if you will. It sounds like we can't enforce that unless it really crosses the line into inappropriate in some way with cursing or something like that. But are we wrong at all to remind people that we like to maintain a high tone and please, if you can, refrain from verbal attack or from personal attacks? I mean, where's the scope for trying to maintain, even as we're having heated conversations and differences of opinion, that it remains civil and civilized?
At the beginning of public comments, remember this. This is should be a professional, appropriate decorum. I've had board members say, please refrain from identifying students. I don't think the board can enforce that. But it's nice to set the tone by identifying what we would expect. On the board president to make the decision, most likely was becoming disruptive and was board to do its business. That the board president has authority and other the meeting and reopen it with only the media involved. So there are steps that can be taken, but I think it's kind of like when you see it or hear it. A good rule of thumb, like we don't use that tone, we don't use those words, or we're not going to permit it. We're certainly not going to encourage it by the public.
And should we assume that's a fairly high test? So, for example, saying idiocy probably doesn't rise to that level, even if that and things like it are repeated. But if we start being abusive, physically verbally attacking, using swear words, we've now crossed the line. But if you're just rude and aggressive, that probably doesn't rise to the level of taking action, I'm guessing.
Yes, I agree.
Not great, none of us should be doing it, but we can ask, but we can't prevent.
Jay, I have a question too, please. I was just thinking, Craig, I can't see you, but I was just thinking about how important it is for us to ask and to name that. And then I was thinking about a Supreme Court decision. Somebody might remember the justice who said about one man's vulgarity is another man's lyricism. And I thought, oh my goodness, that just trying to figure out what the swear words are in the 21st century is different for someone like who's in his 50s like me. But that's not my question. That's not my point, unless you happen to know who the jurist was who said that. My question is about the time limits, Jay. And so the city of Santa Monica has something like 6 or 7, I can't remember, my friends here on the dais will probably remember, but When I go to the council and I speak there, I am given a total, like a basket full of minutes for the evening, and is it 10? And six, oh, my question is, could we have a rule that is, I'm reading the slide, neutrally applied, and based on efficiency, that a person could have 10 minutes to spend how he, she, they chooses over the course of the agenda? Or where does that fit? That's my question.
And I think they can. Applied. It's not based on viewpoints. It's based on the fact that you guys have a huge agenda. Public participation, so that you can get through your board meeting. Now, we already know, and it's been well, I mean, it's long, every district has it, is a restriction on the number of minutes that the public generally can speak on any item, and how long the topic is considered by the public. I don't think it's a stretch at all to then say, and in addition, any and all items.
Hey, Jay.
I mean, again, I'd have a board bylaw that made that clear. I'd make it clear on the agenda. We're going to talk about public comment so people know. But yes, I think that would be an appropriate, a reasonable regulation that the board could.
Hey, Jay. I know you, in my talks with you, you deal with a lot of districts on these matters, and you've probably seen a lot. And there's a legal aspect of things that we can and can't do, but also there's the things that we should or shouldn't do along the line. So back to just the decorum and sitting here as superintendent, sometimes when I'm okay, but sometimes when public may go after some of my staff members, just in information, and then sometimes just a lot of misleading information. I guess you can determine that as defamation or whatnot. But what would you say in an effort to continue to encourage public participation? Sometimes I feel like I need to correct the misinformation somehow or some way. But I'm stuck in a position to say, if I do that as superintendent, I'm discouraging people from coming. But at the same time, who defends the staff when it's an outright lie or misinformation? What would you say? What's your suggestion on that, or what's your read on that?
Well, I think it's going to be a case-by-case basis, Ben. But I don't think there's any, you should not have a rule that says that you can't correct someone's mistakes, like their misstatements. Like I don't think the board has to sit there and take it. I don't think the board, your employees have to sit there and take it. Yes, the public has the right to make comments, but the superintendent and the board have their comments to respond. I mean, I think you could. So what we're getting into, and we haven't gotten to the slides yet, is if something's not on the agenda, what can you say about it? And I know you guys are well versed on this because you guys are a sophisticated board, but you're allowed to make a brief comment. I think if someone came in and just lied about someone, I think the brief comment is, that's not true. What you just said wasn't true. The problem that you have is it's a slippery slope. Public, because you have a Brown Act issue now. Because if you start discussing an item in detail, the public doesn't know. Going back to the beginning, one of the purposes of the agenda building is so that the public knows what the board is going to be talking about. Or engaging a member of the public in and I didn't know you were going to be talking about that. And so I've lost the ability as a member of the public to hear your thoughts. You're allowed, I'll just say, again, case by case, but there isn't anything that says that a member of the public can't be corrected during a board meeting by the comments that
Thanks, Jay.
Okay. This is again one of the other executive orders. Actually, it's the same one over again. Members of the public have a right to observe and address the board telephonically or otherwise electronically. And this is what we were just talking about is that public on a non-agendized item is or a member of the board is actually board members, but if on a non-agendized item. But when a member of the public is making a statement, then the board has to or report back. That's not always satisfying. Okay. That is these are the prescriptions.
Our school is perfect. Board member, for whatever reason, thinks that's a great idea and says, I agree with the speaker. I'd like to have an agenda item to discuss purple. If and then the problem is if the president as to whether that's the will of the board. Now we're having a discussion on an unagendized item. So how do we, if the board member isn't going to use the current policy and just say, let's agendize it on, how do we handle some sensitivity to it higher, but without crossing that Brown Act? Let's have a straw poll as to people, do people want to hear about this in an agenda? Can you do that? Is that a Brown Act thing? To have a conversation about it? Because that happens to us not infrequently is somebody hears something, board member instructing staff, which is kind of sort of something we mostly don't have the right to do as a single board member.
Right. I think that that question supports the idea of modifying the board bylaw. And one issue is, getting it modified so that you know what the process is and that it's kind of built in. So you guys all know that, okay, if that purple building you can take a straw poll and sure, go on the agenda without a board bylaw. I don't think, Craig, it's a violation of the Brown Act for the board to decide whether or not an item is going to go on the agenda because you're not talking about the item. You're not engaging in the intent is so that the public knows how you feel about purple, maybe like agenda, right? Maybe lose your thing. So you're not having that conversation. Requires substantial compliance. So if we substantially comply, with this, there are some serious conflicts with the Brown Act. We talked about some of them earlier. If individual board members are violating the Brown Act session piece, board members who knowingly violate not providing, keeping information that the public has a right to know, right? And they know that the public has a right to know. That's a a misdemeanor. It can be a misdemeanor. What we see more often than that is what we call, I'm sorry, cure correct demands. That if a filed with us or the district, a cure correct demand. And so the Brown Act builds in the opportunity for a board to consider the alleged violation of the Brown Act by a member of the public. Inform the employee, or a member of the public, about our position, and then they have at that point to follow.
Great. We have Keith and then Lori. Keith, the word on the street was you had your hand up.
No,
Keith, I would like to call out my dear friend, Dr. Richard DeVilder and Jessamine, for giving me that false information, thus violating our code of conduct.
See,
Lori Lieberman does have a question for you.
I do,
though.
but I was, you're probably right, but I was very sad that I didn't get to see Craig and Keith, so I've now logged on to Zoom so I could see our other two colleagues, and Keith has his electronic hand up, which is now down. So.
All right, Lori Lieberman has an actual question.
That's great. Now that we can see them, it is wonderful because it really is weird. We're like talking into the void and we don't know, we can't see you. So that's terrific. I just have a comment on the, so it partly pertains to what we used to do versus what we've started doing, or I'll say it's in part about me. We used to make this announcement before public comments and spell out pretty much that public comments are not, are not about all the things that you have in this slide. And we used to say all that. And I think people got tired of hearing it, and I stopped saying it because everyone up here was going to sleep because they'd heard it a lot of times. But I think that's a mistake because especially during COVID, many more people have logged on to our meetings who don't know what the rules are and don't know why we would or wouldn't discuss something, or why when somebody says something, we don't get in an extended discussion about it. So I want to say that I think one thing that we should reinstate is that the vice president, whoever that is for now, me, should make that statement at the outset of public comments so people do know what's going on and why. And I also think something John said quietly, which is, why don't we put a little, little card or something that we each have by the dais that's sort of a reminder to us about what you should and shouldn't do. Well, it's really more what you can do. It's just a reminder that, so in case you're wanting to get in a whole extended discussion, you go, no, not going to do that. That's not the right thing to do. And then, of course, the other thing is what Jay said. I had written myself the same note, which is to rewrite the bylaw about how many people it takes to refer a matter or to place it on an agenda, as Craig was talking about, and which has already now come up twice. So that was my comment.
And we know that Sarah, you did that one time. We used to have our board protocols that were right in front of us, the norms, yes.
Okay, Jay, let's keep driving the bus.
All right. Now I have my hand up. And I'll be brief, Mr. Prano. And this actually kind of echoes the sentiments that broader, in a broader sense of things, in a broader review. This is the board's public meeting. Public's board meeting. But if we were to look at this in a more holistic way, in that this is all about community. This is all about families of educators. Perhaps there could be some manner in which some of this information could also be shared in a very concise way with the public, so they too can have some ideas about how the board meetings function. Vacuum of information, and people may not know what they can and cannot do. So perhaps that small little note that Gloria described, maybe those kinds of notes public to help them recognize here, and they can move forward in a manner that's in the benefit.
Greg, you may or may not remember the first time I met you. You were a brand new board member, and we did a Brown Act together, where I reviewed the Brown Act. We have like a checklist, a cheat sheet for the Brown Act. That's much shorter. You know, it's a page or two that the district might consider posting to your point, some information that the public can easily read.
Thanks, Jay.
Okay. Yep. All right. Public Records Act. So start with again, kind of the what the Public Records Act. It's kind of the cousin of the Brown Act, right? I mean, if you think about the fact that we do the board meetings public because you're doing the everything you do is public, and the Public Records Act, not everything, most things are public, and so the public has a right access to information that board members and in districts rely upon in making the decisions that you do. So, California, the Public Records Act, the purpose is to provide that access of information to the public because you're doing the public's business. Records Act, it got, from legislation to cases, there is a strong public policy in favor of disclosure. Public information has to be based on an exception to that policy. Now, when we get a PRA request and we get not just a PRA request. So districts are pretty attuned to how to respond. What I mean by that is the procedure. When we get a PRA request, just so you know, we've got 10 days. Let the requester know within 10 days. Days, just to make the initial determination. Statutory requirements, including the fact that look in a number of areas to find those documents to just determine if we have documents. Once we make that determination and we send that 10-day notice out, the district has a reasonable period of time vary based on the size of the request. COVID, and when, you know, when you have limited staff, it's just the courts require that we produce documents with them. So that's kind of how a PRA request works. It's not ever quite that easy. What is defined as a public record? Doesn't matter the form or the characteristics of the document. That's, you know, we kind of start from the assumption that everything that we have is a public record, and then we look at the exemptions. And there are many exemptions to public records. These are the main ones that we see and deal with. One is in a preliminary draft or note or memo that is not retained by the board or by the district in the ordinary course of business. It's not a public record. It's just not a public record. That's subject to production. Personnel, we deal with that a lot. We don't have, there are certain privacy rights that employees have that we don't have to produce. We do have to produce it as a public document. Or to stop the production if that's it. Documents related to pending litigation are exempt from disclosure. Once there's documents that are exempt from disclosure under state and federal law, like privilege or attorney-client privilege, those documents are not going to be produced. And then we have the catch-all. Those first 5 bullets are from Government Code Section 6254. And if you look at that section, these are a few of them. And then 6255 is what we call the catch-all exemption, and that allows, based on a balancing test, that the board, or we decide, the district decides that the public interest served by not disclosing the document clearly outweighs the public interest served. You may have heard about this, the City of San Jose case from 2017 that closed what the court felt was a pretty significant loophole in PRAs, that now board members and even school officials, we have an affirmative obligation to inform the board members who have an affirmative obligation to believe that, like, if there's a PRA request for emails regarding painting the buildings purple, are responsive to the PRA. The district doesn't maintain those documents, so we don't have any documents that are responsive. If the request is for board members' documents that the board member may have, provide the board member with an explanation of what the public record request is, and the board member has their own documents to determine if they have any response. If you do, then you produce them to us, the district, and we'll produce them to the requester. And if you don't, board members will submit a written declaration that they don't have any. mentioned earlier that the Brown Act does not require but the Brown Act does talk about when board members are given records, an obligation to make those records available to members of the public when a majority, at least a majority of the board has this document. That's a public record. And why that's important, not every record, not every document that the board receives is going to be a public document. That's if it's subject to exemption, like it's a personnel, a settlement agreement, in some litigation, those documents aren't disclosed just because the board member got them, or the majority of the board received them, because they're still subject to exemption. Also, we've seen that board members will come to a board meeting and they'll have documents with them, and they'll share those documents with members of the board. When a board member shares a document with the members of the board at a board meeting, they've just created a public record that is now subject to disclosure. Fine, but I think board members just. The Brown Act does require that documents distributed to the board less than 72 hours prior to an open public meeting shall be made available for public inspection. Say we don't post that, whatever the supporting documents are with an agenda item, the agenda goes up. But a day before the board meeting, we do give it to the board members. The Brown Act requires at that point in time, if it's a public document, we have to make it available. And then we also have to put on the agenda where an item can be. And there are many, and we can talk about them, I think. We often advise clients just to expect that all written communications, including email, public. That's a true statement if it's, again, a matter within the jurisdiction of the board, unless it falls within a specific exemption to prevent. We encourage you to avoid intermediate personal accounts with school district accounts. If there is I've seen board members who have a phone from the district, they only, then they have a personal phone and a district phone. Really try, and they're successful in limiting, only the phone for school district business, and it's easier, I think, for them to search if we get a PRA request than well, they just have a practice of only dealing with school district work on your personal on the district phone. Emails. If you have an email account from the district, encourage, promote with everyone. Hey. Only, this is my email account for school district business, so if you want to talk to me about the district probably has, and I don't have this at my fingertips, so I apologize, a retention protocol for That's it. That was a quick overview. I know there might be some questions, so.
Okay, so we really have one section left, which is conflict of interest. I think Jay was prepared to move a little quicker through this section, so if we give him the space to do so, that'd be wonderful. We're covering a lot of the information we were going to talk about after anyway, so I don't think we're so far behind where we want to be. And it's important conversations. Thanks, Jay.
Hey, sorry, but I have a question on PRA. So, quite how to ask this question, but we, as board members, hear quite often from members of the public that the district is unresponsive, too slow, doesn't meet deadlines, gives response but does not fulfill the request. So 3 levels, late, partial or incomplete or unresponsive response, and then no response at all. And I understand that we have a much higher volume of PRA requests than other districts. And I feel like it's quite confusing for staff because parsing what we're supposed to say and what we don't have to, it feels like very legally, can potentially be legally challenging, and some of the responses require a high volume of information, and I don't know if there's any, I actually don't think there are, but correct me if I'm wrong, any constraints on a PRA that would require a lot of information to be produced, other than I think the requester has to pay any sort of printing costs or whatever. So how are we as a district, how are we as board members to be comfortable that we are in full compliance with the PRA obligations we have in our public obligations in general, with all of those factors of, we don't have a professional staff, the city of Santa Monica does, maybe the city of Malibu does have some, I'm sure, enhanced capabilities here. How are we as board members to feel comfortable with that? What are our, yeah, I don't know, can you help me with that? Because I feel like this is potentially a real vulnerability of ours because we're just not equipped to respond at the level. Well, I don't know. I mean,
I can tell, well, and I think I should let Ben or John talk specifically about what happens at the district, you know, what you guys can do better or not. I will share with you just as a firm or as a district, I know you guys have made a decision that when necessary, we are brought in to assist. So we are, I know that we're involved, and Gail Pensker does a great request. We calendar the timelines. We know when the requests come in. We know when the responses are due. We know when we extend 14 days. That's, I mean, we don't miss those. I mean, honestly, we try really hard at making sure that those legal deadlines are met. I think where it gets murky is we leave it up to the district to decide how long it's going to take them to review, to find all the documents, to give them to us if necessary to review. And I think the district, again, does a nice job of deciding within, don't forget, we're all trying to run a school district. And so this PRA request, while it's not important, the courts have given you some discretion as to when you produce. And so looking at manpower, looking at the requests themselves, times where we do have to set, or the district sets out the timeline for responding to a reasonable period of time in light of everything else that we're trying to do. I was saying last 16 months to prepare and recruit, you know, produce the locate. Part of the process also, Craig, is that we get requests. Look at the request. We're obligated to we'll sometimes revise, we'll kind of reframe the request so that we think that we're being, because sometimes the requests are so broad or so vague that they're not asking for a document. Or work with the requester. Like we have an affirmative obligation under the PRAs. Requester, if there's some disagreement about what trying to find. So we do that too. So sometimes it doesn't just, practical. Calendaring, for us, we calendar. I mean, that's how we try to make sure that we're not blown.
And I think if Gail was here, she would say we do, so when these PRAs come in, and the volume and all that, we do seek legal counsel. And like I said, and F3, which Jay belongs to, they're the ones that assist us through the whole process. So obviously the people that are submitting these sometimes don't like our timelines and all that, and they'll send that email to board members, different things, but that's for the board members. We are following those legal guidelines and then managing it while trying to run the district.
So is it safe to say we have an affirmative obligation to be responsive? It is quite a burden for us, and we move within the legal, we believe we move within the legal timelines. We respond on the production end as quickly as we can, and we also should reflect to the public the expense and administrative burden of this, and that we wish that in the request. But having said all that, this is part of the communication and our obligations, and we need to be fully responsive. We work hard to do that as quickly and with absolutely within the legal structures that govern us.
Where I don't have, within the district I work with, where there is not even looking at how to produce documents for the public. We're looking at, one, what is the request? How extensive is it? How specific is it? What are all the exemptions? We have to look through. There are times, Craig, that we're looking through hundreds of pages of emails to make sure that we're protecting the employee's right to privacy, a student's right to privacy, personal information. The deliberative process privilege, there's one privilege that I didn't talk about. Board members have a right to insert a deliberative process privilege, that the members of the public have a right to know why you voted, not how you voted. So if a document, if an email is falling into the deliberative process privilege, we're looking through these, and sometimes it does take, an exceedingly long period of time. I think part of the other frustration, Craig, I think by members of the public, is it's not like discovery where you're in litigation, privilege law, where if you don't produce a document, you have to identify the document and say why you didn't produce it. We don't have to do that. There's no obligation to create a list of documents that we didn't disclose. We don't have to identify what we redact. It's obvious what we redact, but we don't have to look for the public's support or a court to find that was appropriate. Sometimes the public just doesn't know what they're not getting, and that might lead to some frustration. So we don't have to identify them. We just have to say. So I think there's some lack of knowledge, and that can frustrate members of the public. I think the delay, and we see as necessary to make sure that we're, running the district and producing documents. So there's nothing. There's also a concept in litigation where there's nothing to stop a member of the public from filing a PRA request every single day. There's nothing that there's no standard, which is good. I'm not saying that's bad, but I'm saying the reality is we are subject to requests and any requests from any member of the public anytime, as often as they want to submit these requests. So sometimes it can be overwhelming with the district, with the board, with the requester. How are we going to locate, respond, produce, or other obligations? other strategies that we do use. The public is asking for a document. Call that member of the public and say, what is it that you really want? You know, instead of us, and while we're not required under the PRA or the Public Records Act to create documents, sometimes I'm advising clients, create a document. So you don't have to produce 10,000 documents, you can produce one that collates the information in the other 10,000. So, you know, having those communications with the members of the public can sometimes assist in cost, the time, the frustration from the members of the public and staff.
Well, let me ask you this, Jay. I guess to me, the big elephant in the room here is the fact that you could make the connection between what is placed in consent versus PRAs. Because a lot of the public has complained the fact that there's not enough information in the consent item for them to go through. And then when they go ahead and submit PRA after PRA, trying to get that information. You mentioned earlier that in the consent items, we don't necessarily have to include contracts in terms, and I'm talking about the ones that include the consultants that and more specifics on that. And sometimes, you know, we get agenda items that don't really include all of the contracts and so forth. But some of those, if somebody in the public doesn't agree with it and wants more information, that's where we get inundated with the PRAs. So I don't know at what point, and then maybe it's something that we have to discuss here in the district in terms of how much information we put in there so that we can, you know, alleviate a lot of the PRAs that are coming through us because people are just asking for all these documents. Like, it's true, they might not exist, but they think that there's something there that we're not even privy to either, because it doesn't exist, but they think there is. And so they go ahead and submit all these PRAs based upon supposed documents that we got. And that's the only reason why, like you're saying, that people's interest to see how we voted, and they think there's documents that we haven't provided them, which is what we base our vote on. And sometimes those documents don't exist. But if it's something that not necessarily, you know, our legal counsel advises us, but it's something like within us, we have to discuss, you know, here in the district, how much, what should our rules be in terms of some of those, some of the consent items. Yeah. And how much do you put information in? I don't know that.
Hey, Jay, so Lori wants to make a comment, and then Mark Kelly has a question as well.
All I wanted to say is I think that maybe somewhere in the discussion for later, but I will say I would like to kind of express it a different way. I don't think most of our PRAs are looking for contracts. And that's one of the issues I do think we want to talk about. I've never seen a PRA that is asking for contracts. If there was one, they'd be pretty easy to respond to those PRAs because people do have a right to get those and they're easily accessible. But I think we're going to talk about the contract piece later. But
the
your
backup,
other point,
sometimes a lot of the backup.
but your other point is
Yeah.
usually the backup that I know of is on the agendas. But your point is well taken in the sense that there's no people do maybe think there are hidden answers somewhere to why we do what we do. And there's, usually maybe there is something that could be said about, I don't know anything offhand, but I don't think that's usually the case. But there's no answer to that. I mean, if you're frustrated because you don't know why or don't accept the reasons that are expressed for why board members have voted the way they have, you want to keep looking for something else, like a detective does in any other place they're trying to solve whatever kind of matter. So I don't know how you can you can't stop them. You have to do what Jay is saying. You have to try to tease out what is somebody looking for and how do you provide that if it's something that we have as a public record that is in fact disclosable. I don't know. But the contract issue I do think is a somewhat funny item that does also intersect sort of what's on our agendas, what's on our website, what is a PR, what it has to be PRA, it's something that I think we should talk about later, and I thought we were going to.
Yeah, we are. We have one more topic that we wanted to cover, but Dr. Kelly had a question, I think.
I'll be quick. It's more of a comment that maybe Jake can confirm or it's kind of in line with what you talked about. Sometimes it might be easier to communicate with the requester and produce a document, but I think that we often get requests that we can create a document. People want particular information. We have various databases where that data exists, but we haven't maintained that record in that particular form or the way that they've asked for it. And therefore, but my understanding is we're not obligated to create that document. Not that the data doesn't exist or the information doesn't exist. It's that the PRA law doesn't require us to create that for that specific purpose. And Jay, if you could just, yeah.
All the students that receive Ds and E's are the new members. While the district had that information, all of their records, they could find it. A couple of buttons on a keyboard, a report that didn't exist, and just giving the requester that. The example that I often use, Mark, is requests for or districts will get requests for incurred in legal fees for the district. No, I'm sorry. They don't ask for the amount. They ask for the bill. Our records that have to be produced, everything except like the attorney's name and the number of hours. With everything else, why in the world would we produce to a requester hundreds of pages of redacted documents when you call the person and say, what's your interest? We can tell you that amount, and then we just share that information, and it just.
Okay, so it's now 7:40. Jay, it's all great stuff, but the topic is endless. Our time isn't. I'd like to say, let's try to cover conflict of interest. Let's see how far we can get by 8 p.m. and then we'll maybe do a recheck right there. So.
I do it in one slide.
Oh, wow. Okay, go ahead.
Doesn't mean it's not important, and I'll tell you that, but this is probably, and I'm not going to spend anywhere close to this presentation in and of itself, but this is the 30,000 foot conflict of interest for board members. There's economic conflicts of interest, which is under the Political Reform Act, when a board member has a financial interest in a board. We have conflict of interest for contracts and section 10-90, and this is where a board member has a financial interest in a contract that the board is considering approving. The first one is a decision, the second one is a contract. We also have common law conflicts of interest, and that's where it's not statutory. There's 87-100, government code 87-100, government code to the school. I can cover more, John, if there, I mean, I can.
Well, let's see if there's any questions on conflict of interest among anyone, because that could,
I'm sorry, John, what might be helpful, just letting, I'm sorry, with an economic conflict of interest, where you have a financial interest in the board, or in a board decision, a board member can announce and abstain. From any conversation, and the board can still take action. Actual conflict of interest, and it's a government interest in a contract, that it's strictly prohibited. The board cannot approve that contract if it financially benefits the board. If the board does do that, then the contract common law conflict of interest. If there's a common law conflict of interest where a board member believes that they cannot provide an unbiased decision, then similar to the economic conflict of interest, a board member can announce and abstain. They should not participate in the decision. Incompatible offices, you just aren't allowed to hold incompatible offices, and we had that issue obviously here, where that was a topic of conversation. If you hold an incompatible office, then you are effectively by operation law. So.
yeah, Richard has a question.
I have a quick question, and you and I have talked offline over the years about this. I just thought I should ask it publicly again. I think that when you've given this longer presentation, I work at Santa Monica College, as does also one of my peers here on the dais. And so it is our practice, even though I do not believe I am biased there, I do recuse myself, and I abstain. I said not recuse, abstain from decisions that are related to that. But out of a curiosity, I'm wondering, because it's a government agency, can there be a common law conflict of interest? I guess with the bias part there can be, but
Yeah.
can it? So one cannot be if you work for another government agency. So that's one thing. And I think I just heard you say yeah. But then also, just the other night we had a Maria Leon Vasquez and myself, Richard TJ. We actually stepped away from the dais when there was a matter pertaining to Santa Monica College. And my question is, I had asked the board president at the time, am I allowed to sit quietly on the dais and not speak, or do I physically have to leave from the room? And what's that about? I mean,
I think we do encourage the board member to step away from
okay.
the dais.
That's great, but now, for example, back to consent, one of our favorite things of the evening. So sometimes there are purchase orders that are Santa Monica College related. And so I know Maria and I we've abstained on the purchase orders under consent. Should we be leaving the dais when we're voting on consent?
Leaving the dais is not legally required. Fine, for you to sit there during college is being affected. The other thing, Richard, for you, Maria, is that there are some, again, we're not gonna spend that much time, but even when a conflict exists, there's what we call non-interest or remote interest, that even though there's a conflict, it's so remote that you're still allowed to vote. Or it's a non-interest because it affects, you're not receiving any benefit. The public is getting the same benefit you are from you taking action on this item. So it's not an interest that would preclude you from participating. I'll tell you this also. This is so fact specific that it's hard to go. I mean, like the economic conflicts of interest, the contractual conflicts of interest, it literally comes down to the amount of money that is at issue, that you hold, it just gets really, the amount of dollars, the amount of years that your spouse was employed for the district, how long you spent on the board of a company. I mean, it gets really granular when it comes to whether or not a conflict of interest exists. Just know that there are, and I'll just flip to them real quick. But the economic conflict of interest like this fall. Real financial effect on and go into, this is allowing the board member with an equity. You get into what I was just saying, if affect the public generally, and then you can act. It's not an interest. It doesn't have a material financial interest on you if it affects the public generally. So just with the economic interest, if you violate the PRA, the decision can be invalidated. You can be reported to the FEPC, the AG, and there are criminal. That is a quick overview with the contract. The agency is going to contract with a board member, basically. That's prohibited. You can't have a business interest that the board is going to, contract with your business. So you have to have a financial interest in the contract. Well, and the making the contract is any discussion, any conversation, you can't vote. The board is not allowed to take action. Well, there are exceptions. To the most serious, 1090 is the serious one, where it's a void. This is the bad conflict of interest. They're all bad. This is the really bad. There are exceptions, non-interest that are small and remote. Without a remote interest, and then the rule of necessity can apply. So the board has to act, even despite the conflict, or your decision, your conduct, or your vote is essential to carrying out that duty. The board can still take action. So anyways, I know this is...
Hey, Jay, I want to follow up on something Richard said, 'cause I think it's interesting, because there is a real distinction between a contract and a PO. I mean, out of an abundance of caution, we have seen board members avoid voting on purchase orders, even though we've gotten direction from you that we are absolutely allowed to vote on a purchase order because of the distinction between a purchase order and a contract. So in terms of this conflict of interest, if there is a purchase order that says writes a check to SMC for something, right, it's not a decision, it's the permission to write that check. Is that it? You have told us in the past that there is no conflict there. But should our two board members continue to recuse themselves? And then I guess we have the exception here, unless it's necessary to carry out the essential duties of office. But because we keep saying we're doing this out of an abundance of caution, but it's not correct. So it's not abundance of caution. It's just to not have people falsely accuse us of something.
So I don't know if we can look at it as it may not be a remote, it may be a remote interest. It may not be the interest in the contract or in the in that check that would prohibit Richard from not voting. It may be his own desire just to be above board, so there's no question about it. And that's his, I think, common conflicts of interest reside within the board member. That's who has to make the decision. That is, I don't want any doubt about it. I just don't want to be a part of it as a board member. I think it's totally fine. they are allowed to vote. The board member who's married to the spouse is allowed to vote on a raise for the entire unit because it affects everybody generally, and there's no conflict for that board member. But that board member steps out of the room every time they're talking about the teacher is out of that.
Thank you, Jay. I really appreciate your response to my inquiry. Thank you very much. And I know that I so wanted to vote for the ballroom dance. I'm a big supporter of the arts, and my kids are dancers, of course. But like you said, I just didn't want to put any stain on the program and whatever, et cetera. So I appreciate your identifying the personal nature of it to the individual board member. Thank you.
Great. Jay, are there other things you want to go through on the conflicts, or do you feel like you've covered the pertinent, the salient issues?
Mm-hmm. Goes through all of these issues in detail. So if you want to add a summary that's doable on you can't, if you ever get it sideways with the FTPC about the fact that you violated vote that caused you to get sideways, you can't rely on our advice as legal counsel. Hey, the attorney said I could vote on this. They're not going to care about that. They care if you violated the law, and it's just it's your board seat, it's your responsibility. So it's good to be familiar.
Thanks, Jay. So it's 7:55 on my watch right now. I'd like to give the board members a 5-minute break because we're all sitting here in mass. Give you a chance to step outside, use the facilities, get some air, and then reconvene at 8 p.m. So the board will be in recess for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, we can going forward, sure.
Even though we're not recording, like if we.
I'm not going to keep you on now.
Well, Jay's gonna look into that, so I think, so that maybe we all four of us will have to look into that. Maybe if we. So it is already.
Coming back at 8 on that clock? No, 8 on my thing. Oh, well, I didn't go to the bio, so I'll stay here.
Probably time to come back now. Okay. We're gonna open back up. So let's go through and see what can staff do. What can staff do? And then we can talk, I have a little intro to do, so let's, as soon as Sarah and Ben come back, we can't do cleaning without Sarah. Hey, Ben, Mark, he's got to have us the other room.
Recording in progress.
Hey, everybody, we're back. Do we have to do anything with translation, Sarah? To let? Oh, great. I didn't know if people were taking, if translation was back yet. Okay, so we are, there's Craig's green screen. So Craig is not back yet. We don't know if Keith is back yet. We're waiting to see if we can get him spotlit. I will say that Jay Furno is stepping away for a short period of time, but he will rejoin us. So Jay is stepping away for 10 minutes or so, and then will rejoin us because I think it's a nice luxury to have him as part of this discussion. to clarify. Yeah, sure, Sarah. So do we know if Keith is back yet or no? Keith, if you're there, give me a something. Yeah, he might have turned. Okay, so maybe Keith and Craig will rejoin us momentarily. I've got an intro to do, so I'm sure they're trying to avoid my intro. So here's my intro, and I'll vamp till ready. Hopefully, it won't be that long. I think it's really wonderful that Jay was able to lead us through that conversation. I think it's a great reminder of the intent and purpose of what it is we are doing here in relation to the Brown Act, and the fact that as we focus on more effective and efficient board meetings. I look back at the past, it's been 18 months, just about 18 months that we've been in this new reality. And I recognize that we have, as a board, moved away from some of the practice norms that we have subscribed to. And I am not placing blame on anybody, because if I were placing blame, it would be on me, because I am running the meetings. So therefore, if I'm running the meeting, I've got to look at myself first. But what I have seen going through this is we've seen such a larger interest in participation, as participation has become easier. And I think we as a board have, if anything, in our desire to bring more people in and to listen to more people and engage with people, have moved away from some of the best practices. So that's kind of the goal of what we're going to try to do for the second part of this meeting, is to bring ourselves back to efficiency and effectiveness in light of what Jay just shared with us in terms of the rules and regulations that we follow. I also want to stress that I don't believe that the board has done anything wrong during this time. I think we have to take a step back for a second, and we tend to be in a business where we don't say thank you, or we don't recognize the positive work. I think the board has done tremendous work over the past few years, and I just want to take a second to walk through that. I think our response to COVID was exemplary, especially in light of what happened in other districts, our ability to come back and reopen, our ability to close, our ability to offer vigorous distance education. I think we look at pre-COVID, our budget realignment. There's a lot of talk of, we went through a horrible pink slip process, but at the end of the day, everybody who was pink slipped was offered a job back. I think we had 2 employees that chose not to come back. Everybody was offered a job back. We were able to manage our budget, which allowed us to go through COVID in a stronger financial situation. We remodeled our CDS. By getting out of Head Start on our timing, we avoided Head Start kicking us out in 6 to 12 months. And in return, we have created better access to services for all of our students. We've strengthened ACEs. Dr. Hawkins has done tremendous work working with our teachers, and that's finally taking off. It was a tough beginning, but it's finally taking off and accelerating. Credit to Dr. Drotti and Dr. Hawkins and Dr. Mora. Our PBL program is doing what it was intended to do. We have MBO as an incubator, as a pathway for students who need it, and at the same time, that is spilling over into our other programs. So that's working as intended. Our facilities are showing improvement finally. It's incredible to look at where our buildings are now versus where they were 4 years ago. Nothing is fast, nothing is easy. I think the fact that we have taken steps to consolidate district operations will lead to efficiencies and better progress for us. That's wonderful. And lastly, we've built a foundation for growth and change. And that's in no small account due to Dr. Drotti and his leadership. We have a foundation now. So when we talk about efficiency and effective meetings, it's why we're here. It's to get to the next step. It's to allow ourselves not to get stuck in everything that's happening in the here and now, but to walk and chew gum. Deal with the here and now, but also project out to the important work that we want to do. So that's what we're all excited about, and that's why we all ran for this job, is to do that important work. So I think when we go through the rest of tonight, it should be with that focus of how do we deal with the business at hand most efficiently, and how do we also create time for ourselves to deal with the future? Because we haven't had that time. We've had to alter our agendas over the past 18 months to accommodate the realities of where we are. And a lot of that is our own fault for not creating better procedures and processes that we're going to address tonight. So tonight, the first thing that's come up, I think what we should look at, we've talked about a lot of things that could be changes to bylaws, and Sarah has taken careful notes of this, so I know she's on top of it. So I think the first thing we should do is look at what can staff come back to us with a recommendation for quickly, and what do we need to perhaps create a subcommittee for to flesh out a little more. So I'm happy to start this discussion, but does anyone else want to say, here is something that I think there was a lot of agreement among the board when it came up, and this could be a positive change to bylaws.
Can I just ask, are Keith and Craig with us? Because I can't see them. I'm looking at us. Which-
Sure. I'm absolutely happy to. I'm absolutely happy to do so.
Let's wait till we have Keith and Craig and Sarah back at her seat.
I've got to
so
make
she
sure
can-
the audio doesn't get spotty. So hopefully people can hear what we're saying. Ooh, we just lost Zoom. Does that mean the whole audience went away? Why was this my intro? I brought down the house, man. Sorry.
The other one that they're, the old double tree, man, I used to stop by there.
Okay, Joe, you go all the time.
I did track them down. So
You finished without even realizing it.
Recording in progress.
We were doing so well.
Harry, that sounded like the beginning to a Dickens novel.
I see Joe Drummond's on here, maybe we can get Trinity Rose to sing for us while we're waiting.
Hold on, I have to make the co-host.
I think they're coming back. Let's see the boardroom.
Anybody try your microphone? Can they hear you?
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Carrie, can you hear that?
Okay. Dr. Johnny, we can hear you, yes.
Okay. Sorry.
And the members of the public are back? Everyone's back?
Yeah, they never dropped.
Oh,
The host.
wow.
You're the only people who went away. Hey, John, I have a question before we get started again.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I was away when you guys got going again, but, it seems like that we should be clarifying questions, which we kind of already did, and then public comment, and then board discussion. Is that right?
We do have two
Comment
public
on this
comments.
issue? I know there's a lot of people waiting for general public comment, but on this issue?
Yeah, we have, you know what, you're right, Greg. We do have two public comments on this issue, so I think we should take them. Just so you know, before you joined, the conversation we had was about painting all our buildings purple, so you might want to take part in that. So Lori, maybe you should introduce our two I've got, it's Lydia and Nikki.
Okay, since I don't have my public comments up, I gather there are two public commenters. And so we'll take, I don't know what order you signed up in. So Lydia Marraro and then Nikki Kolhoff. You'll each have 3 minutes to address the board on the discussion item.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Thank you all again for all your hard work and thank you for this presentation on the Brown Act. I want to ask a question. So while I heard that it is okay for a board member or a board president or a superintendent to correct misinformation from a public speaker, I must say at times, for instance, I state an opinion, and opinions are subjective. I have been time and again, it's been time and again that our board president speaks after my public comments to express his opinion, not so much to correct something that I might have said that was not correct, but just to express his opinion, which is different from mine, so as to have a bit of the last word and make me feel belittled. So my question, or even at times, for example, we've had to listen to our board president literally rant or roll his eyes or adopt a body language that expresses disdain for the speaker or for what the speaker is saying. So my question is, what can the public do to make that stop? And are there warnings a board member can receive? And if so, how many? And at which point does that become a violation? That's my points. Second point is consent items. You guys approved those to the tune of like 60 of them, often without any documentation. I mean, in order to approve an item, you must be reading something. I mean, we're not making it up. It would be very sad if you weren't reading anything. You're just approving millions of dollars in expenses or a bunch of independent contractor contracts, etc. So, and also there's often no rationale that accompanies those agendas in the absence of documents or contracts. I'll give you a quick example. L'intelio health screenings is the health screening that all our kids had to sign up with their personal email. It wouldn't work with their school email, and it's collecting the status of their vaccination. I want to know how many kids are vaccinated and how many are not. I wouldn't even know how to ask for a public request for this. I wouldn't even know how to phrase the question. I would have to assume that the district gets a daily report from the company, but I don't have the contract. I don't know if it's disclosed in the contract, and it could take me weeks to get the question right so that it actually be answered. It's not data that is created by the district, but I have to assume that they're receiving it and that they could then pass it on. But that goes to show
The speaker's time is up.
the number of obstacles. Thank you.
Nikki Kolhoff?
Well, again, this was an awful lot of subject matter put into one item. And again, I think it is a violation of the Brown Act to call the subject matter that it was a retreat, and that would not be expected to be business conducted on that type of an item. So I think it is a violation of the Brown Act to make new policy at this meeting. You received a 4-page letter today via email from the neighborhood organizations with lots of comments and suggestions on how to improve your processes and comply with law. Generally speaking, you guys are taking the approach and using outside counsel that is helping you view information as something that we're not entitled to. This whole view that it's not our process needs to go. You could save a lot of money. I don't like it when my PRAs are complained about. I'm asking for the public business and I'm entitled to it. And the reason you have to waste money is because the processes you use to stonewall cause you to then have to spend money responding to PRAs. If instead you reduce our access to information and your own administrative efforts and legal fees by just posting the items to the agenda, you would save a lot of time and money. Lori is incorrect in saying that requests are not for contract items. We've actually been trying to decrease requests by asking informational questions at the board meeting, but you guys ignore those too. So we're gonna have to go back to just requesting everything. And as the previous speaker said, how are you voting if you've not read anything? Even if it's not a Brown Act violation, it's an Ed Code violation, because you couldn't possibly have approved the contract without reading it. You're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on quote communications staff. How about spend the money on posting documents and you wouldn't have to spin everything your own direction? Also, the staff makes claims that are unsubstantiated and we're entitled to backup. If you're going to tell us that your math pathways in middle school are more equitable, then for 5 years you shouldn't stonewall in delivering the data that supports the equity. Or if you say that the history building can't be adaptively reused, it looks really bad when you can't produce a single document showing any analysis of that fact. That goes also to, posting public comments. The city council is able to do that. You are not, the public record shouldn't be subject to an office destruction policy. Our board president is in fact very rude to lots of folks. You guys have already made the defamation and slander threat here. You have a very high standard. The public's allowed to disagree with you. They're allowed to criticize you and your staff. It's not personal to criticize the job that you're doing, and those threats needs to stop. I don't know how this was supposed to be addressed in
The speaker's time is up.
So again, for agenda planning.
Okay, so that is it for public comment. So what we were saying we were going to try to do here is we have a few items that we think staff could come back to us as a board policy, board bylaws, and bring it back to us at a future meeting. There might be something we need to go to committee for. I will walk through some of the items that came up, and we can talk about whether we think this is something that staff will come back to us, whether it's the next meeting after, or how we want to deal with it. The first one is, I think it all relates to board bylaw 9323. But I'm going to wait 1 second for Sarah to come back because it seems I will just talk very slowly and purposefully while she finds her way back to her computer. And here she is walking back to her computer. So I believe that most of these things will fall under the purview of board bylaw 9323. The first one would be setting a cap of 10 minutes total for any one individual to speak to the board on any combination of issues. Is that something we want to have further discussion about? Jay Furno did cover this during the presentation. 10 minutes is broader than what our colleagues at the council do, even though we don't follow them as precedent. Do we think this is something we would like staff to come back at a future meeting with the change to a bylaw? Do I see anybody who is, Keith, a comment or a hand up?
It's a question.
Mhm.
The question is, can you clarify the nature of that?
Sure. It would still be, people would still be subject to, if there were a 3-minute limit for a comment, there would still be a 3-minute limit or a 2-minute limit. The member of the public could choose to speak to 10 items for 1 minute. Any combination of 5 items for 1 minute, 1 item for 2, 1 item for 3. It's up to that member of the public. But we have had meetings where individual board members have spoken for 5 minutes and members of the public have spoken for 20. So I don't think this is an unrealistic way to do the business of the district in public at the board's meeting. Richard?
John, I support the direction, giving the direction. I would like, if it's okay, to see if maybe staff could let us know what other public agencies do, not just the city of Santa Monica. So it would be nice, pretty please, if we could get some comparables from school districts, if they are there, if it's something easy that Dr. Drotti and his staff can get. And then maybe when it comes back to us as discussion and then action, it could be that we have options to choose from there. I do think that the 10 minutes is good, and I like how you explained. You said the 3, the 2, but our rules allow for us to even allow for 1 minute sometimes. So it should be whatever the rules are for the individual item, and then in total the max. But I support that.
Yeah, just to clarify, it would be up to the member. Even if there's 3 minutes to speak to an item, if a member chooses to speak for 1 minute, that would count for 1 minute. It just means they would have to plan ahead a little bit more. Jennifer?
I'm just wondering if it's something that we'll know ahead of time, or we just track. And then we say, oh, no, you're out of time, you can't speak. After that, so if they've gone 3, 3, 3, 1, and then there's 4 more agenda items, and I'm sorry, you're out of time. How does it?
City council on the public chit, that you have to actually you tell on the chit itself the amount of minutes, the time you're going to do on it. So if you're going to speak to an item, you choose either like a 3 or a 2. So the speaker gets to, they identify the amount that they're going to get to that.
Yeah, I mean, as Sarah's going to be the one monitoring this, I think we should allow her to explore the most efficient way to do so as she gets those comparable best practices. Great. Just making sure, Craig, you're okay, because I just want to make sure we don't miss anything you have to say or add. Looks okay.
Yeah, I think we have to balance. I think it's important to genuinely be eager to hear from the public. And we have to balance the ability to have meetings and move forward with agenda items, because, I mean, taken to its extreme, a single speaker or 2 speakers could take a really long time, hours out of a meeting, every meeting. So I do think limits are reasonable. I don't know if 10 is too much or too little. I like Richard's idea of looking around and seeing what other folks do. And I think we can reserve the right, pardon me, to, I would say, increase that. I think it's unlikely. I would be in favor of decreasing that if we feel like we are gating information valuable to us. Because I really do think public comment is like the nerves on our fingertips. It's important to have those so we don't leave our hand on the stove and only discover it by that smell of steak, rather than the hour of the fingertips. So I'm a little uncomfortable with 10 minutes, but since that's the recommendation, I think that's the recommendation of staff or board leadership, then I'm willing to support that with the idea that we can address it as we.
Great, thanks, Craig. Maria?
Well, in response to you, Craig, and I guess for everybody, I guess it would depend upon how we set up the agenda. I think we have to be more deliberate in terms of the items that are put in the agenda, so that it doesn't become a very, how can I say, stacked agenda with a lot of, strong issues on there, where we're going to, obviously going to get a lot of comments that evening, and maybe the 10 minutes won't be enough. I don't know, especially if you have 3 or 4 items on there but I think it really all depends upon how we're going to gauge it and set up the agenda so that we can spread out some of those issues throughout, throughout that month, so that we can have maybe 2 and 2 or whatever, so that it's not stacked that heavily, so that we're not going to get, the need for a lot of comment, because people need to voice it. Or the fact is that I think we need to kind of move forward towards, maybe the way the city council does it, that when you're bringing in a new item, and before you vote on it, it's almost like, there's a first reading, a second reading, that maybe we should move towards that. And so that you can have then people comment on, two times that they have 2 opportunities to comment before we actually have an actual vote. So that way it allows more people to voice, comments on some of the issues that we're going to be voting on. I mean, that's my only recommendation.
John, do you think that maybe the direction, rather than it being 10 minutes, the direction is to bring back limits on, or to look at limits and just not see what other people have?
Sure. Yes, Laurie.
Now you're putting a nebulous charge and giving it to staff. So I'm not really in favor of that. If you want them to do some research and bring it back and then we'll tell them what we want, that's okay. Or if we want to set up a subcommittee to work with staff, we talked like there were a lot of people out there. It's going to be Sarah because we don't have staff like that. So, and I don't mean, I'm not angry at you. I'm just, it's just that the people in the world think we have endless staff when we say that, and there aren't any. The staff we have are working, 24/7. So no, I'm not being critical of you. I'm just afraid that if we say, oh, we want this general thing, you come back. I think we should I guess I'm proposing a slight alternative, which is if this isn't low hanging fruit, I don't know what's going to be, but anything that isn't low hanging enough that we can tell staff exactly what we want, that we refer it to maybe a subcommittee of the board to work with staff to flesh out, for instance, what do other districts do, or what do other cities do, or what are the possibilities on time limits, and anything else we
I didn't
decide.
mean for it not to be low hanging fruit anymore. I just thought we have Member Foster and Member Leon Vasquez said maybe, I don't know, if 10 minutes is the right number. And I'm just saying, well, let's not say it's 10 minutes tonight. Let's just wait till Sarah gets, thank you, Sarah. Wait till Sarah gets back and lets us know that, 4 or 5 jurisdictions do it this way, 6 or 7 do it that way. And then we decide then. I'm just saying to say
Well,
tonight.
but that's what I'm saying. She can't do anything other than you're asking to find out some more.
Yeah.
She can bring the data back.
Yeah.
One of the things, not to confuse things, but I'm going to confuse things. I think where this got particularly fraught for us is we made an on the dais decision that each specific consent calendar item was an independent.
This is the next topic, Craig. This is the next thing I'm going to say is that.
Well, but they sort of run into each other because it might be that the open practice, which is it feels more inclusive of 3 minutes per item, would work better if we didn't have, the potential of 9, 12 minutes, whatever it is, of comment on the consent calendar, pushing us up to 20 minutes or something per individual for the day. So that it may be we could fix one without having to adjust the other.
To Craig's point, so let me actually say everything, because then maybe we need to take this more holistically, which means we're probably going to have to go to a subcommittee. So the things that are in play are things as simple as a cap on an individual speaking at a meeting, a change so that consent will be viewed as one item. And again, this is something that our legal counsel has already addressed and spoken to. So consent would be one item. We can talk about having time limits on agenda items that we actually observe. So if we have 20 minutes for a staff report, at 20 minutes, we can cut them off. We've never done that before because it feels rude and dismissive, but I'm just saying all the things we can talk about. All these will go into the, into the pot, and maybe 1 or 2 of them will get the job done. We don't need all 3. My feeling is we probably have some good suggestions. We can implement them, and if we find that it's not effective, we can pull back. I think it's easier to pull back than to ramp up. But that's just my opinion. So those are the 3 main issues that would address this. Yes, Richard.
Were there more? I don't want to cut you out. You said you were going to put more up there.
I think those are the 3 that go together.
Okay, sure.
For that.
So, for me, just personally, is that I like what Craig just said. My interest in first mentioning what I think in one of my comments about the limits was specifically to the consent item. So, I appreciate Craig putting that right back in front of me again to say that, that the issue. And then when I mentioned the rules for radicals in my comment that weeks and weeks ago is that if you've got, 60 items on a consent and someone in the public chooses to speak 3 minutes, which is their right to do so for each of those items, that's when I thought, oh my gosh, we have to have some sort of limit there. So I think it probably does warrant our having a conversation and saying, hey, does our existing protocol work? And we do have those 30-minute time limits also for the general public comment we can, John, I think you were saying to cut staff off, but our rules allow for 30 minutes of public comment and then to go back to our business and then, right, the second set of general comments, but I like this idea of what you said about consent being a single item and that persons, he, she, they could speak 1 3-minute time to the consent.
I've got Lori, then Keith.
So if we're going to stick on how do we improve consent, which I agree with what you're saying, that it should be considered one item. I think the other aspect, which is an issue, and certainly is an issue for Nikki, and she's raised it over and over again, that I think Steve and Carrie have done some thinking about, is even though the Brown Act doesn't require more than is in the consent agenda, are there some documents that could easily be added, linked, or whatever, that would at least provide for those who do have the depth of interest in every gory detail that provides the backup for some of those recommendations, they could easily see some of that. So I think that I can't see anybody. Oh, I do see Steve. Okay. I was going to say I can't see who's on the Zoom, but I think Steve maybe could make some suggestions that we might consider and either say we want to do or refer to this subcommittee we haven't established yet, but because it all is part and parcel of making consent, which is we seem to have gotten bogged down in, and is frustrating to everyone, I think, at this point. So I would suggest we see what suggestions on that angle we have.
Hey, Keith, do you want Steve and Carrie to talk a little bit about that consent issue, or do you want to get your comment in first, and then we'll go to Steve and Carrie? I'm giving you the option.
If I could just take a quick.
Go ahead, and then we'll go to Steve and Carrie.
Less than 2 minutes, actually. I just wanted to, clearly for all of us that are on this call, kind of, again, speak to framing of this discussion, I believe. Just that individuals really don't think that this is practice trying to freeze out the public.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what this discussion is upon. And I don't think that that is what is in the hearts nor the minds of the people of the district that are professionals and are working tirelessly on behalf of the students. And that said, you know, it's the concept is how to have more efficient board meetings. And so there's efficiency, there's clarity, and then that questions of equity. And that's what I fellow board members speak to. They say, yes, indeed, we do want public to be heard, but it needs to occur within that framework of clarity and equity. So let's continue to sort of have those concepts with us as we move.
Thanks, Keith. Steve and Carrie, or Carrie, do you want to back up a sec and sort of speak to what Lori just talked about, which could either help with the consent kerfuffle or add to it?
So I've heard some comments on the contract and the agreement. Oftentimes our contracts, they refer to board items. We execute those afterwards, so we don't typically have them when we put together the agenda package. But if I could share, I do have a suggestion I think.
We can hear you, we just can't see anything. Oh, now we can see your desktop.
Okay, so I'm going to just leave my whole desktop up here, but I'm going to start with
optional item, which we're not ready to go forward with the 25. So you'll see more background. Actually at Lincoln Middle School. Have 35 pages of background. Proposal, they've got their math is obviously on here, and some of these you'll see. Happen. There's obviously some back and forth. That is used eventually to create a proposal where there are change order requests. The actual change order itself with this isn't a thousand page. And but you know, that's I think that would the board's needs and attaching contracts.
So,
So we'd be willing to do that if that works for the board.
so Steve, I guess there's a few questions, and hopefully my colleagues who are more, who spend more time on FIP projects than I do. I just really wonder, first off, Sarah just pointed out that if you give her that big a PDF to create, it will freeze the system. It's too much to link. I'm just wondering out loud if this is something that is better served as some sort of depository on an FIP page or on the the main website that people can access. Does this really belong on an agenda? Is this what agendas are for? Is this how contracts should be processed on an agenda? And maybe this is something Jay Furnow can chime in on as well in terms of how contracts are usually dealt with in this matter. So Jay, if you're listening, I'd love to get you warmed up on this one. But let's have Lori and then Richard go.
Maybe this is going to show my ignorance on the digital front here, but I'm wondering if there isn't, instead of creating gigantic documents or PDFs or whatever format they end up coming in on every item, so that you have agendas that are thousands of pages long, if it isn't possible to just have a link, which is I think where John was going, links to somewhere else where these might be housed, so that somebody who wants to look at those things, which are in fact the backup to why you've gotten to the item as it appears on the consent calendar, any board member could see it and any member of the public could see it. And as to contracts, I absolutely think that we need to be clear. Most of the time, there are occasional contracts that do come to us, like Jay referred earlier to when we see the superintendent's contract. And there are MOUs that would come to us. We would always see those, like there are maybe our MOU at the college about dual enrollment classes, those kinds of things. But what don't typically come to us and don't typically come to, I won't speak to all legislative bodies, but the city council and the college, they don't see contracts because, except in rare circumstances like the ones I just named, because what they're doing on these items is authorizing staff to enter into these contracts. And as Steve just said, the contracts don't necessarily even exist yet, or they're not in final form until after they get authorized. And so I do think we could maybe avoid some potential PRAs. We have, there's nothing, no one's trying to hide anything. We could link the FIP part of the website could have links to contracts once they're finalized, but I do not favor having the board, having them be part of the consent calendar, because that would imply that the board members actually read them and approved them, and that's really not what we do. We're authorizing contracts that do the things that are stated in the consent items. And if we could, maybe we need to state that more clearly, but that's exactly what we're doing. So those are my thoughts. How do we link some of these things, some before the items and some once there's a contract? And, you know, yeah, I think Sarah and you, I guess I'm looking at Sarah in person and you up there.
And Jay, and I think Jay Furno is on our call. So Jay, if you want to
okay.
opine as
Yeah,
well,
so I
we'd
can't-
love to have you pop back on the screen.
So I have transitioned to my house, so I apologize ahead of time. Here, either a 5-year-old or a 5-month-old in the background. So, I mean, if we're focusing on the Brown Act again, which is kind of what my focus has been all night, is there isn't anything in the Brown Act that requires the board have copies of those contracts before they approve it. So, I mean, what I'm hearing is some really practical solutions to the issue of making them accessible to both the board members and the public. You know, the board is authorizing these contracts to be approved, which is really what the board is doing. So, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. I kind of like Steve's ideas, you know, to try to make it easier for everyone to get a copy if they're interested to go take a look at those contracts without burdening the agenda with that.
Steve? Steve Massetti?
Oh, I'm sorry, I got it. Yes, we could, what we could do is we could set up for that backup documentation that I showed you, so you would still, your items would be the same as they are now, but they're being for that backup. And I think always just stay there on our.
Great, thanks, Steve. So it sounds like, oh, Craig is waiting. Hello. Hi, Craig. Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. Richard is next, and then Craig.
So I just, my comment was, the first part of Lori's comment was exactly what I was going to suggest, which was this linking business, so the hyperlink or whatever it is. And I just want to say, Steve and Carrie, thank you for your willingness to do this. And I think it's the right thing to do. Where it may not be required of us, it's the right thing to do. So I wanted to say that. Also, just pertaining to the, again, I'm just thinking more about the consent and just as the one item, that's a really big thing for me. And when I think of it in that way, I don't think there needs to be a limit on the time that people speak otherwise. That's really my focal point was on consent. And then also when I see consent, sometimes we get, when I read through it, sometimes we have a rationale. I don't know what the word is used. I think it says rationale, but sometimes it's not there for very rarely, right? But sometimes it's not. And so I think that we should have as a practice too, that whatever's on the consent as a one item on our agenda, that, and this is for you, Dr. Trotty, I mean, I wouldn't think it would be too much work because your staff is, well, this would not be Sarah, this would be persons and academic, and Dr. Morris, Dr. Kelly, and Ms. Kennedy's area, that when preparing that item to send over to Sarah, he, she, they should be giving us a sentence or two, which they all, 99% of the time is already happening, but there should be a rationale. Sarah, am I missing it?
Yeah, I think some of the ones that don't have it would be the, like the certificated approval, like the list of certificated things or classified tend not to have that. I know FIP always does.
Always.
I know a lot of them do. Independent contractors, I don't think does, it just lists the independent
Yeah.
contractors. But for the ones, I'll go through and see ones that would make sense to include them, because unless you think the certificated one would need it.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I
so
think
I'll go through and see the ones that really probably could benefit from
what
it.
made me think about the rationale too, Sarah, is that, and why clearly agreeing with you and saying that I know that FIP has it, but maybe this link that Steve is talking about is in that rationale. So the rationale is there and there's this hyperlink to go to their
Sure,
repository.
yeah, definitely. Yep.
I just think that gets to the piece where folks are trying to say, you know, are trying to put all the puzzle pieces together for it. And I did learn some things too. So thank you, Steve, and everybody for about this. And Jay.
Thanks, TJ. Craig?
So I'm going to have a specific proposal in a minute, but I want to just talk about a few things. So I really like what I heard Jay say about working with the public when they have requests so that we fulfill their requests as best we can, or I'm a big fan of if the answer is no, you saying no and here's why, and that's the end of the conversation. It's not that we didn't hear you, we don't agree with you, and then you know where you disagree. So I'm a big fan of if we could follow that rule when we have information requests to get all the information that we believe is legitimate, legal, required to answer that. And especially, I think there are times when we could tailor the request and something that looks very broad to us, maybe pursuant to a very specific request, we could answer much more easily and save them the frustration and us the work. And I would bring this particularly in support of all the people who've said, let's just put every document that we can up on the web. Let's link it in the presentation. It sounds like Steve's got all these things. He must have somebody in his group or in our group must have them organized. And it's just a question of putting them up on the web. Don't bury the consent. Don't bury it into the agenda because that would be impossible. But link it in the agenda. And then I think we could move to a place where we have 3 minutes for the whole consent calendar. We don't mess with public comment after that, and we can readdress it once we see how that's gone. So we're taking baby steps. There's a side benefit of this, which is, I've said this before, I feel very overwhelmed when I look at the consent calendar because I have very, very little ability to distinguish if this is a good idea, a bad idea. It's really, and in many cases, it's pro forma that things have already been done, but it's almost impossible as a board member to exercise fiduciary, responsible fiduciary oversight over these things because each one is so intricate, and we're already like drinking from a fire hose of information on this and 100 other subjects. So there's another question I have, which is, these are contracts after executed. I understand we also have a obligation to show contracts to the board or to the public before they're approved, something in that neighborhood that I would like to hear back on and where that might fit into this whole process. But as my proposal here, let's put as much as we possibly can that doesn't compromise any of the standards of privilege or confidentiality onto the web for the consent calendar as links. And let's move to 3 minutes for the whole consent calendar and see how that goes. And I think that may take us in a good direction and may even get us feedback from crowdsourcing in the public that could be helpful, because maybe then we get targeted information about where we really need to look. And maybe if we put it up far enough ahead of time, we hear from the public before the meeting and we can pass that along to the staff and say, can you tell us more about this, or can you speak to it in the meeting? So we could begin to get this flowing again. And I'm all in favor of that. And I have something to say about your idea with staff presentations, but I think I'll just wait till we get to that, because this is very specific.
Craig, you said something in there that I'm not sure if it jives with what Jay said, but again, I'm not a lawyer, nor have I ever played one. Craig intimated that we have a responsibility to have people see these contracts before, and I thought you said that wasn't the case, so I'm just, Craig.
Yeah, I wasn't jumping there.
Okay.
I agree that there's no legal obligation to show the public draft contracts before they're approved. So I mean, so you can choose to if you want to, but you're not. It's just not a public document until it's final.
So two things. One is I don't want to commingle that with my other comments because they're two different things.
Right.
So let's treat that separately. And the other thing is I understand there's a Michael's case that says we do. So I don't know if that's right or wrong, but that's what I'm being told.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Craig. Okay.
Michael. No, I mean, I'm not. I'm always willing to take a look if there is a case that I can examine that would change my opinion. I'm not aware of any legal obligations.
Well, let's make that a separate issue.
So, right. Yeah, sure. No problem.
But in my body of my comments, I'm only talking about all the things Steve was already talking about.
I'm going to try to at least cover what I think we're coalescing around. What I think we've coalesced around here is a suggestion to ask staff, meaning Sarah, to put together something that would make consent a single item for public comment, to perhaps begin the research looking into capping public comment for any one individual, but maybe not implementing that yet, maybe revisiting that. At the same time, I think we also want to put realistic time limits on agenda items that we will then enforce. I think those are three things that we can do that we seem to be coalescing around. Yeah, Lori.
We're going to put realistic time limits on agenda items or on staff what are you saying?
We have, the way the agendas read is after a certain number of comments, we are allowed to move on to the next order of business. I mean, if you go to, I think it's Manhattan Beach, they take their they do their half-hour public comments in the beginning of the meeting, and then that's it. I think it's Manhattan Beach. Then they move on. We are in my research, we are one of the more permissive districts in terms of soliciting public comment. So we do have the ability to cut off comment and then bring it back at the end of a meeting. So we can cover our business.
Yeah, so if we have hybrid
Right, but we
meetings.
can come back to it.
Right, but you're not at all suggesting that we would limit the comments for an item, a particular item. We can't do that.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we do have, but we have.
You're talking about general comments.
Yes. I'm sorry if I was obtuse.
No, but I think what Lori was also jumping in, as you said about And I think that Craig has a comment about that too, because he said he wanted to not commingle, but about the staff. I heard you say that if you're the president and you worked with Dr. Dradi, superintendent, and you say, oh, you've got 30 minutes to do this presentation on X, and Dr. Dradi and his staff go over that, you're saying we got to cut them off. I heard you say that, right? Is that?
I think it's something we need to work harder at doing, which is working within our time frame and knowing that can we get the salient points across in that timeline? Because too often we had meetings get completely thrown out of whack by a 20-minute presentation that becomes 45. And then the longer presentation is the more comment, the more conversation, and then it doesn't matter what we did on paper. So that was my concern.
Yes.
All right, Keith, I see your hand up.
Yeah, quick kind of comment. That I think someone else, part of our items that we want to look at. Perhaps one of those other items is to just look at the best practices of a variety of other districts. Where we can see how all of those things are really dovetail. So as we move forward, let's figure out how we can utilize research to positive meetings.
Thank you, Craig. I see a hand up.
Yeah, so we moved very quickly. What did we decide on the consent thing?
We decided that we're going to recommend consent being one item for public comment.
Okay, great. And then look at more disclosure. Perfect. So in terms of this, I think there's a more positive way to frame the conversation about limiting staff time, which is you guys, board leadership and the superintendent, are leading the board through the important conversations of both running the district day to day and strategically thinking forward. And you have a plan for how much of the meeting this is worth and how much of the meeting that's worth. And we may just need a little information on this and kind of a show and tell for us in the public. And on other things, we need a really detailed thing because we got a lot of work to do, et cetera. And my experience on the board before and after I was on the board is, it is like with anybody you give a microphone to, seriously volatile as to whether or not they comply with the time that they've been given, and therefore are respectful of the board's focus. Because if you say this is a 10-minute item, you're not kidding. It's only worth 10 minutes of presentation. And therefore, we shouldn't get a 25-minute presentation. Or if it's a 30, 40-minute, great, because that's what it's worth. So I'm all in favor of that, but not as a punitive thing where we say, there's a hook and they get pulled off stage. But staff, the senior staff needs to be clear with anybody presenting. Like a TED Talk, you've got 18 minutes and we're going to turn off the microphone or whatever. You've got 10 minutes to tell us this. And then the other thing that we talked about is put stuff in addendums. You don't have to read us every test score that anybody's ever had in the district. Give us the 4 slides to tell the story you're trying to tell, and then in the addendum, give us 50 slides. So I think this is just common sense management of the board's time, which we are woefully desperate to preserve. You guys say this is worth 10 minutes. That's what it's worth. And then senior staff tells their staff, that's all the time you got. Don't go over. And that ought to work. So I'm 110% in favor of that. I think it'll be great for the public, it'll be great for us, and it'll even be great for staff because it makes clear where their place is in the meeting.
I think I should probably step in here, say just a little bit of psychology that we go through. And I guess I'll need help in making sure that you're given the proper information so you're informed about things. You know, for example, we struggle with data, presenting information about data. And data is a difficult thing to analyze and look at, to form meaning from. But it's very important because we make huge decisions after that. And if you guys are not engaged in that conversation, we're going to go act on something, and all of a sudden a community member or somebody says, no, that's not the right decision and all that. You guys might not have that frame. And what happens is I go back to staff. Then we told the board about the data. They probably didn't understand what that meant. So there's a tension here of how much you're not educators. You're some of you. I'm sorry. My apologies for that. Yeah, but you're not used to looking at this data. Even with us, it takes time to analyze data and all that. If it's not at the board meeting when we do this, when do we have that? Those conversations we can download information to you?
That is the purpose of the board meeting. And I think to Craig's point, not to paraphrase Craig, Craig loves that good tight presentation where the data that isn't important is read quickly and the data that is important is spent more time on. Not every number is the same. Not every table is the same, yet sometimes we get reports or we get presentations where equal weight is given to every page, and that's just not how it works. It's a dance. You're right. You're giving the information. We can give more information to the board in other files, but it's a matter of what are the most pertinent issues that we need to be focusing on. What are the most important things? And if there is something that is that important, let's make that the focus. This is a 60-minute presentation, or this is a 45-minute presentation where we're really going deep. But sometimes we do a presentation where we treat everything has equal depth. So it's not easy to do. Like it's difficult. That's one of my mentors used to say, if you need me to speak for an hour, give me 10 minutes to prep. You need me to speak for 10 minutes, I'll need 2 weeks. It is hard to speak well concisely. But my example right now, I am talking too long to make a point that it is hard to speak concisely. So, and again, it's like, it's something we all can do. And it's not just presentations. Look, we had a lovely presentation. The kids came in and performed for us one day. We had allotted 10 minutes for it. 30 minutes later, they wrapped up. It was wonderful. They were adorable. It was terrific. It threw our meeting completely out of whack. So it's like, it's little things. It's chaos theory. One little thing goes wrong and everything starts spinning out of control with it. So it's stuff we all can work on.
All right. And I'm okay with that. It's just at some point I've got to be able to point out where lack of information is impacting our decision staff's work. So we just got to find that. We got to find that fine medium.
Right.
For you to have enough information.
This is so important. Can I just jump back in and say, Ben, I think what's so important for you to understand here is there's not an ounce in what I said of trying to constrain crucial presentations to less time than they deserve. I'm not saying that at all. Like John said, if it takes 60-minute presentation, if it takes all night to do something important, we'll do that. But for goodness sake, let's not have a 60-minute presentation on a 5-minute subject, because then we don't get to the other 55 minutes worth of stuff that we ought to be doing in that time. So it's you and leadership. If you say this is so very important, I need a lot of time for a lot of data, great. But if it's not, and you guys say give the person 10 minutes, we just need to hold them to 10 minutes, because that's all it's worth to us. And because somebody likes to talk is not a good reason for 7 board members, members of the public, all our senior staff to be at school at 12 o'clock at night when we run long.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
We were, Dr. Drani, staff reports aren't even on my list of what needs to be done. So I just want to say, as one member of the board, I find the staff reports to be, I appreciate, I did a shout out to Dr. Moore. I don't know if she could see me. I did wear my bifocal, so I'm going away. Because I think she is an exemplar of what she does, and I think mentioned the addendum and whatnot. But so, I just want to echo what Craig just said. If you need 60 minutes, Dr. Dradi, with your Board of Education, I think you take the 60 minutes. That wasn't at the top of my list, board staff presentations. But what did get me thinking and about what John said in his introduction to this item, where John said, hey, let's not lose sight of all of our incredible success and our achievements together. And what I feel like right now is that maybe we're saying that staff doesn't give us good reports, or that somehow that's, I know that's not what's intended. I'm just saying, but I'm just telling, I'm having this reaction and I'm like, no, that's not the case. I think the efficiencies to be found in our board meeting at the top of my list is not the staff presentations. It's just not. And so I'm thrilled with the recommendations that have been made about the consent item. I think that there should be a board subcommittee to talk about other improvements with regards to the language of bylaws and some of the things that came up this evening. I'd love for council to find out whether or not a suggestion that Lori made earlier in the evening is feasible and okay to do, and that is to place purchase orders on information under information items. I know we had one person say no, another said maybe, but it would be great to know. I think we do good work, and I think, as John, I think, rightly centered us. And then I want to do a shout out to my friend Jen Smith, our friend Jen Smith, and we were, Maria, she and I were in one of our trainings yesterday, and she too said, hey, you know what, let's accentuate the positive. Look at the positive things that this district has done and been able to achieve. And so I was just having a moment where I wanted to
Thanks,
point
CJ.
out.
No, it's true, because, and again, I do say, we're not in the thank you business. It's just not, the reality is, that's not what we hear most often. And it's fine, because we continue to do the work regardless of what's happening on the exterior. So let me repeat this for Sarah, so we're all on the same page. We are moving forward on taking consent as one public comment. We are not going to enforce a cap on individual public comment time yet. It's something we will consider. We can keep doing the research on it. We will pay more attention to the time limits on individual items. Sarah, I do like the idea, because this came up before, to see if we can take our PO as an info item instead of having to go through all that, because it's already been decided. And I want to bring up right now another topic that we should just, hopefully we can do quickly, which is the idea of agenda items. I think we need to change our policy that if the majority of the board, first off, we already are covered. I went on Gamut, and the one topic that we brought up before, like, do we have to continue an item? Sorry for doing this here. This is for a continuing item. The board need not allow the public to speak on any item that has already been considered by a committee composed exclusively of board members at a public meeting where the public had the opportunity to address the committee on that item. However, if the board deems that the item has been substantially changed since the committee heard the item, the board shall provide an opportunity for the public to speak. That's a good policy that already exists. That covers a lot for us. But I do think if a board member wants something agendized and a majority of the board agrees, it should be agendized. So I think that's a policy we should look into doing. And I think the same thing is with a member of the public. If they're allowed to bring up as written right there, and then we can see if the majority of the board wants to address something as well. So I think that would be a stronger policy for us. So that's
Mr. John?
Yes, sir.
Could I just make a suggestion?
Sure.
Or I don't even know if it's a suggestion, but could we take a moment to consider one, I'm in agreement, but particularly come in with the language about the board members being able to place something on the agenda. And I'm thinking of another Supreme Court thing here, right? The writ of certiorari, I don't even know if I'm saying that right, but I call it the Rule of 4, which is not a majority of the court, but 4 persons can place something on the majority. So on the agenda or the docket. So why wouldn't we say 3 members? The city council says 2 members. If you're saying that you have to have 4 persons agree to place something on an agenda, before you have a thorough conversation and discussion about the item and how one might vote. So I just think that maybe that should be discussed, that if, because isn't it 2 people in the city council of Santa Monica? Maybe it's 3 people here. It's just something we should explore, not to be decided tonight, but.
Actually, I think 13 items can be put on by one person. But the question is, how do they get acted on? You have to have
You have to have a
votes or
majority.
do anything. So,
But I'm talking about agenda setting, right? So I know that when Member Foster and I joined the board, we were a bit frustrated on how we could get something on the agenda. And I knew the policy right now was declared, and then I even proposed, I think, a Measure 13 thing when I first joined the board. So I'm just saying, we should look into that. How do you get something on the agenda? And I think it's a high bar to have, say, a majority of the board has to agree to have something discussed. I'd like it to be like the 3 of the 7 of us, right? If you want to have some sort of hurdle, but not to discuss it this evening, but could we just, so that's why when John says, hey, a majority, do we have consensus? I'm saying, I'm not consenting to the 4, but I'd love to talk about what that might look like for getting something on the agenda. I hope I was clear.
Okay, maybe this is something that is better served in a subcommittee that can look into a few things that we're going to talk about. So, because there's a couple items left. We've long talked about civility. As Jay made very clear tonight, we cannot impose civility on members of the public. They would have to go pretty far to go past that. I mean, we've seen examples we did have a meeting here before we went dark where there was a member of the public who came in and it was physically threatening. And it was a little bit of a weird moment. So, we have seen things like this. So, maybe we do, and it's probably too complicated to hash through tonight, but maybe we do ask a subcommittee to come together to deal with some of these issues. Yeah, Lori.
well, I've raised it 1,000 times, and it's why it's on the agenda tonight. Just because we can't literally shut somebody up, turn off their microphone, or enforce it, which is, I think, the term you used, that doesn't stop us from having a civility policy, which really states our aspirations for ourselves, for members of the public, for, I think, the district and the place in which we all operate, whether we're at a PTA meeting or in a classroom or anywhere. So the city council has a civility policy, and it's for the same reasons. They're subject to the same rules we are. They can't enforce it in that sense, but given the world that we now inhabit and how ugly it's become after whatever the name I will not say was president, we can do better. And I feel that we should have an aspirational civility policy, and most people will adhere to it, as will we. And again, it's a reminder for everyone of this is something as a society we're committed to. I don't think you can have a successful democracy without it. So I don't see why it's a big deal to do it. In fact, I think Sarah attached a bunch of materials from when the city of Santa Monica did it, and they made it a huge public campaign. I'm not saying we should do that, though we could, but the point is it's a good thing to do. It's a good reminder for everyone, I think.
So I see Keith's hand up, and I think Craig's hand up as well. I do want to bleed this into something else. I think we do need to come up with a small subcommittee to deal with some of these structural issues, to do a little research and report back on what they think is best. I do want to say that I think this is going to go into a topic that we've danced around, which is how to deal with public comment, how to deal with comments from that we're getting. And I thought it was really interesting that we had a member of the public address us on opinions, voicing an opinion. And opinion is a very interesting word, because an opinion could be, I believe we need to have an art teacher at every school. That is an opinion. I just received an email from somebody who voiced the opinion that masks are proven to be ineffective against COVID. No one has isolated the COVID-19 virus within a human body.
and vaccines are all, and the PCR tests are all being recalled. They shared that with me as their opinion. So I think we're in a weird time now where we have to sort of balance the need of when do we engage in something that is subjective versus objective? When do we as board members feel the need to refer to staff or to make a small comment after somebody speaks? I think this goes into the civility because we can be seen as being uncivil when what we're really trying to do is prevent misinformation or disinformation from being. So I think it's complicated. I think we're in a really complicated time right now. So nothing's easy. So I'd like us to discuss that. So let's go, Keith. Craig, your hand is down now for good? Craig's hand is down. So Keith and then Maria.
Your most recent description there, forefront of things in the country, I agree that this concept of subjectivity versus objectivity, but that certainly is, and how to manage that is warrants, future discussion. But back to some of Lori's comments about stability, even in the midst of the policy that exists at City Council, there have been instances recently where members of the public have been less than civil and have acted cause certain individuals to sort of look towards something called the civility pledge. And so that really echoes kind of the sentiments that Lori described, and I agree that we can do that. Civic values, civic education, curated civic witness is something that you've heard me describe in the past. Those are things that we're supposed to be imbuing in the very children that were stewards for their education. Right? So if adults can't be civil, how can we expect children to be civil? So I truly agree that some functionary civil education, civility practices, or what have you, is something that we put that forward as a challenge, as a pledge, or something else. Individuals in our communities can truly be their best.
Thanks, Keith. Maria?
Well, no, I agree. I mean, I think the comments made by Lori and Keith are okay. I'm going to divert back to because that's one of the areas, the civility, but differentiating a little bit different from the opinions right now that you mentioned, John. And, part of it is that's what individuals make comments on. Their comments may be personal. It may be just, it's subjected to them. And I think as anything, people want to just voice whatever they are, their frustration, their own personal opinion, whatever, their own research, that's their research. It's all subjected to them. For us, as elected officials and as a district, we don't go by our own subjective views of the research that we do. We're more objective because we're looking at public policy through a lot of the agencies, the governmental agencies that we're taking the information from, and we're gauging, I think, the policies and about testing, the vaccines, everything on those actual, I would think objective points from, the CDC, from the LA County, the state, everything else. That's what we gauge our direction in terms of how we make decisions in this district. Versus, I might have a different opinion on something, and I can say it when we're discussing, but at the end of the day, what's recommended to us by staff in terms of how we move forward in making decisions is based on an objective point. So for me, it's like we're here to listen to the public, sure, and everybody has their own opinion. And sometimes it there's something there that clicks with us, and that we might ask the staff, can you just look into this and see how does that fall into but from, how does it deviate differently from what we're putting through? And we could just ask that question. That's all we have to do. It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get into, because that's not our thing. And I think in the past, we've gotten to the position, and we have to stray away from that, is that sometimes when they've made comments, then we will respond back. And I guess at one point, we just have to make sure that we hear the comments. And if there's something there because it's something unique that we want our staff to follow up on, yes. But I think we just have to cut it there. We can't get really engaged in a conversation anymore. And I think in the past, I have to say, I've done it before. So that's what I'm saying, that I think we have to stay away from that. But it's the whole thing is the people are going to make the comments, fine, and they're going to make and it's all subjective. But there is that civil part of it, that they're going to do it and leave it without the other personal comments when they're coming out with,
See, it was interesting because Jay spoke to this. Furnow spoke to this earlier, and I thought it was interesting with the way he brought it up, that there's I guess it's a misconception in the community that when somebody makes a public comment, we're supposed to sit here and mute. But what Jay showed on the spreadsheet or the PowerPoint, we can refer to staff, we can ask a clarifying question, we can also report on our own activity and make a short statement. So there is room for a board member to speak after a comment. You can't engage with the person at the dais. And we can't get into a conversation on an unagendized item, which we kind of made that mistake last week where we wandered into something we shouldn't have wandered into. So, but what I'm saying to you guys, I guess I'm asking my peers is, look, we can make a decision to say, you know what, and this is what I always hated as a member of the public. I went to 10 years of board meetings before I was on the board. And sometimes we felt we were out there sitting, waiting 4 hours to make a public comment, and we make a comment, and it's like we just spoke to a wall. So I just wish there were, like, I don't know what the answer is. And I get what, Lydia said, I can be abrasive, I can be this. I'm not arguing that. Anybody who knows me would agree with Lydia on that. But I do think that there's, like, reporting on your own activity, like if somebody makes a false statement about Head Start. Well, I've worked a lot on the child care. I could report on my own activity and say, well, that's not really quite the case. This is what's going on. Am I being combative? Am I dismissing or demeaning a member of the public? Or am I using my own activity? And this is why I'm asking. So we as board members can, I'm trying to look at Keith and Craig, like they can see me looking up at them. Like, we can make a decision together to sit mute during public comment and just say, we're just going to listen and maybe ask a clarifying question or two or refer to staff, and that's it. Or we could engage in this small degree. The one thing we can't do is have non-agendized discussions. So I'm asking my peers, like, because you know me, I'm a talker and I might get in trouble for that. But what's the best way to go?
Well, the difference for me then, I mean, we listen to public comment after an item. And my comment to that is that the go back and forth during the public comment on that specific item has to stop. That we're just listening. Now, the responses to maybe, will you clarify that, because we've done our own personal research, comes in the discussion we have as a board, because that's when it happens. And so it's not like all of a sudden, in the past, I guess, maybe we don't engage in that. And so it seems like you're hounding, like Lydia says, that you went against her personally, like she took it personally that you attacked her. But it doesn't have to be that way if you're taking certain points that the public made, and we discuss them. We're literally discussing amongst ourselves because we've done our own research. The staff comes in and says, well, the staff says differently from what has been said, and then we can discuss the differences there. But I think it has to come at that point because there has to be a discussion after public comment to get to the vote. And sometimes it appears that I guess some of us can make a comment and we'll leave it at that, then we take a vote. And I guess the public thinks that we don't care because we're engaged and we all right away immediately take a vote, and at 7-0 goes, oh, they must be doing something behind the scenes because they took a 7-0 vote. And it's not necessarily that. For us, maybe in certain issues, we don't engage that much because we are, how can I say, feeling comfortable with the research that our staff has done. And we're going to take that vote because we trust them in the work that they do.
and the research we've done. Like, people don't see us doing the work off the dais, but
Sure, and a lot of,
read
do
everything and
extra
talk-
reading and all the
Yeah,
stuff that we
yeah.
do, yeah, yeah.
Ben?
No, I like what Maria is saying. So that way no one feels personal. Let me give you some examples, right? Let's say we're with all this high anxiety out there about the COVID-19 and all that, and we're doing a lot of things to try to implement things. And then if somebody, for example, speaks after we present on something, some safety protocols or something, and states something, I think Maria's member Vasquez, Leo Vasquez, is correct in that we don't have to engage right there and then, but I would think that you guys kind of would remember what was said if you thought it was off or something. And then during that deliberation, you can ask, hey, Dr. Andrade, is there some credence to what was said there? And then, and then we respond. So that way it's not a personal response to that person, but it stays amongst the conversation. So,
Yeah. Look, this is, I mean, because again, this is why I think this fits into civility, because it's not just civility from audience here, it's here, there, because we don't want perceived incivility. But Lori brings up a point. If it's general public comment, that sits there. So I guess we could wait till general public comment is over and say, hey, Dr. Andrade, there was something said in general public comment about this. Could you respond to it? Or, this was brought up. Yeah, I think that might be a good norm to go to. We can all, if it's clarifying, we go clarifying. If it's refer to staff, hey, staff, could you look into this? We don't get as many of those anymore. We used to get more. But for the other business, we hold. I think that's a great suggestion, Maria. I think that might actually alleviate some of those issues. I think it's so. But
Part of it, like we're saying, part of the whole thing of these meetings, it's our meeting. So the discussion is not with the audience or with staff, it's with us. We have to engage in that.
Right.
And based upon what our staff gives us in terms of their best, whatever the item is, and they're going to give us their best, response to how we should proceed as a board, then we, as a board, we might have differences. There's been times to remember that we've gotten reports from the board and we haven't been in agreement with them. And we've changed that amongst our own self. We've changed a lot of those positions because we go, no, we don't agree with you because from what I did. So this is what, I mean, I think this is what I think is a thrust of what this board, I guess we should be really concentrating on is our own discussion of things.
Yeah. You bring up such a good point. This is, like, I got to tell you, like, I went through and looked at our agenda. I've been president, I think, for 20 months. I feel like it's a lot longer. This is my fourth meeting that we've been in public. I think it's the fourth meeting. And it's so different. You're saying how, like, it gets personal. Because you're right. On Zoom, everybody is equally in your face. Everybody is equally there. With all, and we always joke about, like, hey, the dais, like how pretentious we are sitting on a dais elevated above people. But being here with colleagues, it does give us that intimacy that we can engage in the business of the district.
Sure.
And it's not so much, you don't feel the attack the same way. I think a lot of it is the Zoom phenomenon. That I really do. Thank you, Maria. I really appreciate you. It still takes us to a civility policy that we need to come up with. I wonder if it's not as big as a subcommittee. It's just simply taking some of the language from the city and some other places and crafting something. I think it's pretty. Can we? Hey, Sarah, can we try that and just see how we do? And I'm happy to help with you, and maybe board leadership can help you with that.
That's easy.
Yeah.
We do not need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah,
This has been
let's go
done
with
a
what
1,000
exists.
times.
Yeah. So Sarah will help you with that. I think that's a better way to go with it. And I really think Maria clarified a lot of that. I appreciate them. I really do, because I think it's not a board rule, but it's a board practice that I think will help us. And I think being back in person is going to be the most helpful thing of all.
Well, I think after the 20 years I've been on here, I've gone through a lot of it, and we've changed a lot of it. But what interesting enough that got brought up is that Barbara Inasugu, I think all of us got that email, and it just brought back a lot of things that 20 years ago when she was directing, and she was the admin, taking care of all this, drove it differently. And I'm going, where, at what point did we kind of lose? And it all depends. It depends on the superintendent that comes in. They have a new way of doing things. People that come in and out that are doing different, the staff doing different things. But I think we have to just go back to to what worked. And part of the thing is that, remember, we would read, and I think we, like you said, Lori, we kind of let it go during the whole Zoom thing. But I think we have to read that statement before any public comment, the very beginning, that you've got 3 minutes and and this is what it is. So that people realize, because yes, there are a lot of parents that the comments that we got, so the parents don't think that we don't reread them. But I know a lot of you young parents have come in and coming into this meeting thinking, oh my gosh, this is so abrupt. These meetings are so contentious. What's going on here? But part of it is that we just have to, again, let our parents know, our families in the community know the process of these meetings, just to educate them too. And for us to just tighten up the way our protocols and our processes too. And that's what I think we have to do. And a lot of even the civility policies and everything, it's not meant, as like, as something that to remedy something that's bad or not. No, I think it's just, to clear the air, to hopefully we can move on smoothly in the future with our meetings, right? And I just feel real bad because, it's true, during these last few months in Zoom, it's been crazy. So I felt like you're there and I'm going like, oh my God, I just can't move. I'm in fear. There's like trying to be stiff because, anything that for me that I like to express myself using my hands, I wasn't even doing that because I felt, oh, okay, people think I'm getting mad or something. So I would just stay still. Here now I can do that because I'm here with everybody else and they know I'm not getting mad. But that's just the way, some people are more, they can talk. Like for me, I like to use my hands a lot. So anyway, so I hope we can move it forward and I don't know who wants to be part of it. We're going to go back to look at and help because I don't want everything to fall on Sarah. So I'd rather see some of us help her go through that process so that it doesn't all fall on her.
The one, so Richard, I'll let you go and say, the one item that's sort of outstanding there is talking about what we want to do about agenda items. That's the one item that we didn't really get clarity around or didn't coalesce around. Do we want 3 board members to suggest something, 4 board members? That's the one. How does something get placed on an agenda?
John, I'm sorry, can I speak to the civility thing for a second?
You can, but Richard had his hand up too, though. I was just trying to.
Oh, I thought you were changing.
No, I was just trying to let people know what was still out there. Maybe I shouldn't have done this. So Richard, then Craig. Richard, then Craig. Sorry, Craig.
Craig, I'm sorry. I miss Craig and Keith, and I want to just say that I look forward to the day where we're all here together in this room. And to Maria's comment, and to John's comment, and to the folks at home, I guess, who are watching, I remember the day of being here. And we may have contentious conversations, even sometimes amongst ourselves, but we would. John, that was your practice telling us about your coming up in Quaker school, about shaking hands and having friendly time and kind talks with one another. And when there's public here in the room and they may be upset with something or supportive of something, just being able to see people. And I think, again, to the spirit of your comments where you started this topic, we need to be kind and generous to ourselves, and that this pandemic has really worn on everyone. And Zoom is not the most ideal. It's been great. Thank goodness we had Zoom, most certainly. But there's something to be able to look each other in the eye here and to be able to talk about these things. So I do think the civility clause is something that all of us would embrace. And I just wanted to comment to what you were saying and you're recognizing about the Zoom situation. And hopefully the public will be able to return soon.
Thanks, TJ. Craig?
Yeah, all right, so to that, I have to say that my experience is exactly the opposite, and I am completely, with you and Maria, feel relieved and liberated by being in person. I find this so much easier because I can walk, I can stretch. So for me, and I don't feel any loss of affinity. In fact, I think in many ways this board is communicating more cleanly lately. So, but that's just my experience. It's not right or wrong. To the point I was trying to make, so I think civility policy is terribly important. I agree that we should be able to just crib a civility policy from one or more sources. Again, the Legal Women Voters has one that we all read before every debate, which I thought was great. And I think there's two or maybe three tricky things about it. One is, I think we have a civility policy among ourselves, and if public speakers choose not to follow it, then we can remind them of it. But, case where we can't hold people accountable for anything less than abusive or violent or whatever the thing was speech. So I think we have a policy. We don't pull it onto the people who speak. We do it gently and with love and with our own leadership, which brings me to the next piece, which is we need to, like any teacher, like any leader of kids, you got to walk the walk before you can expect anybody else to talk the talk, or to walk the walk themselves, I guess is the better way to say it. So I think we need to be extra careful. And for those of us who have gotten frustrated in meetings, myself included, that's probably something we ought to do our best to avoid, no matter the provocation, because we're the examples, we're the exemplars, and we're the public officials, and it doesn't make it easy or fair, but that's what we signed up for. Which leads me to the next thing, which is in the old days, we or the previous boards had this thing where they said, we can't respond to public comment, and they didn't. And the good news about that is that became a calming mechanism because nobody responded, there was no expectation of response, we said it ahead of time, it didn't happen, and therefore there was no opportunity for that tit-for-tat, where things begin to go off the rails. And then the final piece of that is there are times when we do want to respond, but I would argue there are very few, because to the point of, there are things that are opinions and there are things that are facts, and there are facts that don't need to be clarified. It may be we just want to say after public comment to the superintendent, are there any pieces of that public comment that you want to speak to? And the rest of the board stays the heck out of it, because the other thing I've seen happening that drains our meetings is that people say stuff in public comment, attendance report, and it really does become a meeting of everybody, which is not the intent. So I want to be very careful to respect our interactions with the public, but I want to be very careful to maintain the gravitas of what we do, and therefore I'm a big fan of good fences make good neighbors, and if we say we don't respond to public comment, we should not respond to public comment, and and just move on. And it's understood that that doesn't mean we agree, but otherwise things, I think it has been unproductive for everybody, because I don't think it satisfies the public when we do that either, because our response is usually, you're wrong and here's why, which isn't going to make them happy either.
Thanks, Craig. Just so you know, we do miss having you here. So when we do get you back, we'll all be happy, even if you prefer your green background behind you. Your friends do miss you. Jennifer.
I will echo that too, and only because I'm sitting in this seat where I have Keith's, I can only see half of you. Because the TV that's looking in the direction of Dr. Dradi and John is cutting off your screen. So
Hope is the good half.
It is. You only have two good halves. So anyway, and I think I've been taking all of this in, and I think I've been pretty quiet tonight, only because I've really been trying to think about the policy being new and how everything has been in the past and what we're trying to do in the future. And I actually tend to agree with Craig. To me, in my view, when I came to sit in this seat, and public comment meant listening to the public and taking in their opinions and their ideas and incorporating them into the decisions we make on the dais, in the values that we come together with, and whether they gel with that or not, that's a decision that we make in a personal way from each person who comes to speak to us. And I think there are, I've loved being in this room the last few days, like last week and this week, because I really do enjoy seeing you. But I also think we did get some really interesting things out of Zoom, which is everybody, the patience that we have to listen to everyone speak one person at a time. And I think it's, it's just sort of knowing that in a room full of people, sometimes there's chatter and this and that, and there just didn't seem to be any of that. The focus was really just, the speaker, whoever was speaking at the time. So I tend to agree with Craig, but maybe that's just my style, because everybody has a right to their opinion or and the things they experience and what they want to relay. And besides anything really egregious, I don't know that, I think that is just our reflection for their comments is in our votes. So just say that.
Thanks, Jennifer. So I think we do have a bunch of public comments coming up. So I think we're going to wrap up our discussion item. I'll take one last point of privilege and just say, again, sorry to speak personally, but I know when I became vice president of the board, I read the comments. I called out and I remember thinking when I did that, I always tried to put a little tag on the end of every comment when possible. Thank you, so-and-so, for this. I really appreciate you. Because I am cognizant of my 10, 12 years in the audience. And I wanted to be respectful, and everything morphs into a different direction in this crazy world of Zoom. So I look forward to getting back to more norms where we can take the input, like Jen says, and then reflect it back in our decision making. So I'm very thankful for the conversation we had tonight. I think hopefully it was useful for the people that watched as well, and useful for us. As I still consider myself a new board member with Jennifer and Keith, so I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jay Furno, for helping with this. So let's end with our general public comments. I'll kick it over. Yes, sir.
When is our homework?
Oh, Ben, when are we going to talk about the sum of us? Maybe we could still have that dinner.
Actually, I was going to put something in Friday memo of to check to see how far you guys have gotten. But man, that was a great conversation we had with district leadership, where people came back and just really touched by what they learned. And but I think it needs to be facilitated with the same people that facilitated it at the management retreat. So whenever you guys are ready, I mean, we skipped out on our board dinner. I'm wondering if we can do it at one of those times where we bring in the facilitators. They're under contract working with our staff right now, but to bring them and take us through a conversation about that. But it's a very, very powerful book. So for those of you that are out there listening to it, it's called The Sum of Us. The Sum of Us.
So Craig, I think the answer is let's try to get through these next few weeks, and maybe we can put something on the calendar for maybe for October where we can all get together. Yeah. I think it might be, if we finally could do just a social dinner to talk about a book. We are allowed to gather and do that. We wouldn't discuss any board business. It would just be talking about a book.
Well,
we can
for
see.
me, I see this book as really important to our social justice work.
Okay.
I read it from the lens of what does this mean for us? So I was thinking and hoping tonight this would be part of the conversation about our plan for the year and what can we learn from that book and how does it apply, because it's so fundamental and so moving, and so it holds such a mirror to the mistakes of the past. I'd like to do it personally, one board member. I think that's a really good frame for a conversation about our policies going forward.
Craig, I do think you're right. I think maybe this could be a board discussion. I think we should probably look to October to get through some of it, but it could be, like you're saying, a good discussion where we all get together here, or if you're still on Zoom, and have just, like, that would be the only topic, and just talk about that, and just how it could guide our work this year.
To make it even easier, we'll go out to Malibu, if we can use that out of, remember that where we had the meeting with the union people, we can do that there.
Yeah,
No, part of the things that I think that if we wait till October, it just leaves too much time passage. You know, we're talking about almost 2 months from now. So I'd rather see if there's any way that we can have that conversation, because that in and of itself is going to really tighten, I guess, your plan, Dr. Duarte, because you need to present that to us, figure, because we've been having individual committee, you know, like 3 or 2 of us that have met with you in terms of, but we need to at one point, after you've met with 2 or 3 of us and you've met all 7 of us individually like that, that we need to then bring it together at a conversation to see where we're going for next year. And I don't want to wait till October, because that means we've already missed like 2 months of work that we can do now.
Yeah, okay, so all really good stuff. Let's not try to do it from here. We've been here a long time. Nothing good ever comes from that. So let's do our public comment, and then we can have our discussion and figure out how to do this expeditiously. So Lori, take it away.
We have 12 speakers for public comment, so that means that each person will have 2 minutes. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to do the introduction that we haven't done in the past months. We haven't done it in a while, so I'm rusty, but bear with me. During public comments, members of the public who have submitted chits may address the board on items that are not scheduled on the meeting agenda. The board cannot take any action or discuss any item that's not on the agenda except to ask clarifying questions, briefly respond to statements or questions posed, or refer the matter to staff. It doesn't mean that the board isn't listening. We simply cannot discuss items that are not listed on the agenda. Since we're on Zoom, I don't think this is an issue, but normally we say that speakers and members of the audience are asked to refrain from expressions of support or disagreement that would intimidate other speakers or disrupt the meeting. So without further ado, like I said, since we have 12 speakers, each speaker will be limited to 2 minutes. First 3 speakers are Wade Major, followed by Mikey Pearson, and then Karen Farrer.
All right, thank you. So I'm glad that you all talked about crafting the district's civility policy. Let's talk about that. I grew up as a student in this district. I'm now a parent. Malibu has always been treated shabbily and uncivilly by Santa Monica. You know our grievances, and there's no point in rehashing them here. But the 90-second video that was sent to district families this week, just in time to ruin our return to school, a video on which you wasted our money to attack us, slandering us with lies regarding our efforts to form our own district, is a new low. You have hopelessly alienated an entire community whom you ostensibly want to either keep in the district or lure back to the negotiating table. Who thought this was a good idea? And who drafted the language and approved this video? If this were a relationship that would be deemed so abusive, Malibu would have to get a restraining order. But it's not just that the video is a nasty pack of lies, which it is. People can go to malibucity.org/MUSD for the facts. It's about why you're lying and at whose behest. You're gaslighting Santa Monica residents with threats and cuts that will never happen. And the only kernel of truth is that Santa Monica gets a disproportionate amount of money, about 1/3 of the budget, from only 12% of the district population. And we're supposed to be okay with that. We're supposed to be okay with a district and a board that will always be dominated by Santa Monica residents having uncontrolled sway over our money and our children's educations. That isn't democracy, that's serfdom. But here's what I want Santa Monica residents to consider. There's only one explanation for a video this malicious. This is a political hit. There are special interests in Santa Monica who want to keep Malibu's fungible monies in the school system, so the city of Santa Monica doesn't have to make up the difference in a separation. Santa Monica will always fund its schools, even if it has to make up the money elsewhere. And that elsewhere is Santa Monica's problem, not Malibu's. But that elsewhere represents some powerful interests who clearly have sway on this board and who are
The speaker's time is up.
for political aims.
Thank you. Next, I should have
Excuse me,
said,
Madam Vice President, is it possible that we'll be able to see the speakers as they address the board?
you see the speaker.
But even if the video is muted, it wasn't in the frame on this complete.
You just,
Oh, it's
you
just-
just
that's
bring them on.
him.
Thank
So for the next speaker, maybe we can do it.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm the next two speakers. I'm sorry, I didn't say this before. Councilmember Mikey Pearson and then Councilmember Karen Farrer. And then after them, Wendy Dembo. Let's try it. Sarah said she sees Karen's iPhone and she's thinking that might be Karen. Yes, it is. Oh, no, there she is.
Do I unmute myself? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would like to read the city's statement today about Tuesday's video. This highly produced video is a piece of political propaganda filled with numerous distorted facts and numbers, half-truths, and highly debatable projections about school district funding, all paid for with school district taxpayer money, a portion of which comes from Malibu families. Among other distortions, the SMMUSD's financial projections reflect a loss of revenue without accounting for the loss of Malibu students. The video also falsely states that school separation will force SMMUSD to cut funding for programs in English learners and at-risk students, as well as special education. The truth is that federal law requires that a school district provide services to vulnerable populations, and the federal government provides dedicated funding for them. SMMUSD will not see any reduction in the amount of funding for these programs on a per student basis as a result of the proposed separation. The city and SMMUSD both agree that the two communities need separate school districts. The only question is how to separate in a way that is fair and equitable for both jurisdictions and will not harm any students in the process. After years spent negotiating with SMMUSD on the financial terms of separation, the city submitted a petition to the county to form an independent school district, the financial terms of which are based on California's school finance principles as they apply to school districts throughout the state and would not harm students in either district. The city is saddened, and I will add outraged, by this highly political attack on Malibu residents' decades-long effort to form its own school district, have local control over the education of their children, and address the inequities between the educational programs and the district currently offers in Santa Monica and Malibu.
The speaker's time is up.
Small rural. I will send in the rest of my comments.
Thank you. Wendy Dembo, followed by Rui Israel, and then Nikki Kohlhoff.
Mikey Pearson before.
I did, but Sarah said she can't find him anywhere.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So, thank you. I wanted to thank you. I was volunteering and handing out schedules at Lincoln on last week. I noticed that many seventh graders had art, so that was made me happy, but it was a bit bittersweet, of course. But today, I've been hearing about all of the work that's been done in all the schools with all of the HEPA filters and filtration and air and everything of it. And my daughter, who really doesn't complain about much, said that her air conditioning, only the fan. With all of the air filtration that's just a concern. I just wanted to see if more the air filtration. About 5 of my daughter's friends left Lincoln and are at Rivera, where they've already had to send 30 kids home to quarantine for COVID. So it's just something that's really when my daughter came home from the first week, they just have fans in the classrooms. But just a thought, thank you so much. And it is my opinion that art should be taught in every school. So I just wanted to say that. So thank you.
Thank you. Rui Israel, followed by Nikki Kohoff, and then Michelle Robinson. What, Nikki? Nikki Kohoff, followed by Michelle Robinson, and then G.O.T. Drummond.
Okay. All right, first, I still haven't been sent the memo or whatever it was you all talked about last time in the board packet about proprietary testing at the high school. Richard made a comment that appeared to kind of dismiss the concern, saying the memo addressed it by saying it's only AP tests or AP classes, but that is exactly where the problem is. Like half the kids are taking lots of AP classes and they don't get their tests back in any of those. It's a real problem. I would like a copy of the memo, please. Second, Aries. You guys bought this 13 months ago, where you had the board meeting where parents and students were excluded from the discussion and study of what to buy. So after that, when parents submitted their FERPA opt-outs last year, we also said, and no, you can't put our kids' stuff in Aries until you tell us what it is and what it does. Gail responded saying, we can use database if we want to. Here's the contract, maybe you can find some information there. So we haven't had anything answered. It's also still not up and running 13 months later. So we need to know what's happening with the information system. But what we asked for that's still unanswered, what functions will it be used for? What modules will the district use and what data fields are stored in each module? Provide a list. Will IEPs and 504 plans be stored in Aries? How will the district inform parents and students if it's onboards additional modules? FERPA requires us to be informed. What historical information, if any, is transferred from Illuminate to Aries? Who enters the information into each module? What staff has access to each module? We heard that some staff's kids knew their schedules because they could see it. Provide the privacy agreement with Aries. And provide privacy agreements with all the partners that Aries shares with. List all third parties that have contracts with access to Aries and a copy of those contracts. If
The
data
speaker's
access
time is up.
included as a grant, then we need to know the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Robinson, then G.O.T. Drummond, and then Alex Mataloso. Alex Mataloso.
Hi, this is Alex. Sorry, I couldn't get my mute off.
That's okay, go ahead. We can.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about Lincoln Middle School. And I have some concerns about obviously COVID, and I know that there was, there was a lot done in regards to upgrading the air filtration system, and my daughter's in building 5, and it was really hot and stagnant today. And so I'm not sure if they have it done on or what, but I'm obviously concerned because of the Delta variant as to what upgrades were made in the 500s. And also if there's assigned seatings for the classes in case someone gets COVID so they can send everybody around them home, or kind of what's going on with that. So I know there was a lot of upgrades made, but just concerned about that today.
Thank you. Oh, we just went reverse. Is that, okay. Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry about that.
Hi, I'm Joe Drummond. I've had 3 kids in mountain schools for the last 9 years. Since the beginning. I'm here to ask the SMMUSD want and need to separate into our own district. The video sent out the other day was full of misleading information. All other California school districts have. Students' education. Why is SMMUSD targeting students? We do have to
The speaker's time is up.
independent mountain school district.
Thank you. Did we try Michelle Robinson? And then it's Lydia Marraro, then Ingrid Peterson.
Is it my turn?
Yes,
Sorry, I
yeah.
thought other people were listed before.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, this will conclude my comments for the evening, it looks like. On the point of civility, I think Mr. Foster's comments were, for me, the most relevant and the most well put. Regarding the Ontario Health Screening Program, I want to say the new Discovery building has only one open staircase at the moment to get to the second floor, to get all the students to the second floor. And my students sent me a photo today of what that looked like. And it looked like Tokyo subway platform at rush hour. All the kids were on top of each other trying to get through these stairs to get to their classes. Brings me to this point that I want to make about the Ontario program and its results. Knowing that we will not test for another couple of weeks or trace, and knowing that LUSD had almost 3,500 positive tests prior to even the first day of school, it would alleviate major anxiety from parents, or not, I'm not sure, to know the percentage of students that are indeed vaccinated at some age. So if that is some information that you guys can pride in your communications. And I know many, many parents who would really, really like to know and are, looking forward to cling on to some hope that we're not going to have a bunch of cases in 2 weeks when we start testing. Thank you so much for all your work and your endurance this evening. It's always a pleasure to speak at the board meetings. I know you are listening and I appreciate it. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Lydia. Ingrid Peterson and then Bonnie Lockram. And then we have one person who signed up after we started this, so he will have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm a proud parent of a 2013 Malibu High School grad, and I was a 14-year employee in special ed, now retired. I just want to share a warning from my bitter experience that consent items were used in the original cover-up of the high levels of PCBs in the soil at Malibu High School that by federal law had to be removed. That information was hidden in two places, one a 500+ page environmental impact report, and two, a consent item that was about the soil removal. So I learned to read every single line of the agenda, including every line of the consent items. So this kind of relates to Malibu separation too. The other is, I don't think you board members should be so holier than thou about who's speaking lies and who's speaking truths, because a former superintendent continued to post lies on the website, even lies that she knew were false, that were, the environmental impact report said there were no students when the soil was removed, when in fact there were 6 summer school classes right next to the soil removal and so anyway, there's been many good reasons for Malibu to separate, some of which had to do with the very bad experiences we had with the PCBs. So hooray, the lawyer fees are paid. Thank you. America unites for kids.
Thank you. Bonnie Lockram? No? Okay, we have one last speaker who has 1 minute, and I can't tell whether, okay, I couldn't tell whether the name got cut off. Stephen Ravayol. Oh, I see, so part of his name did get cut off.
Steve, are you there? Ravioli, Steve, Jenny's former trumpet teacher. Are you there? Stephen? Stephen Ravioli?
Yeah.
All right.
Bonnie's there, and I'm sure Steve's there.
Bonnie is there, did you say?
I thought so.
Sarah is looking madly, trying to find her. I can't see anyone because I don't have. I'm sorry, that concludes the public comment.
Which also brings us to our adjournment. Would somebody like to move to adjourn? I see Jennifer moving, seconded by Maria. All in favor of going? Ooh.
I would ask, it's not on the agenda, so maybe we can't do it, but I would like to make a comment.
We don't have it on the agenda, so it's like, it's not agendized. Board member comment is not agendized for this.
Okay.
So I would prefer not to.
I understand, we have to follow our rules.
If there's anything let me rephrase, Craig. If there's anything clarifying or to direct to staff after the general public comment, that would be acceptable right now?
No, that's not what I want.
Okay, sorry then.
No, the only thing I was asking is, I guess they mentioned at Lincoln Middle School to see what's going on, so I guess if we can get some response to that.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
No, yeah, I don't know either. And then there was something else that they also mentioned, but I forgot.
Thank you, Maria.
Oh, the testing thing, because I know that we got a lot of, they mentioned about the testing, when all that stuff was gonna be, if you can get us updated, I guess you would update it in the website?
Are you approving, are you guys approving the contract tonight? Are filling out either tomorrow or Saturday?
All right, thank you.
We make an effort for that, same.
Okay. Again, at this time, I think more communication with our families about when this is going to happen and when it's going to start it is everything that we are all waiting on. And our attention to detail in the beginning is going to set us up for success or failure. So when we say expedite, let's expedite. All right. So on that note, thank you all for your attention to detail and your endurance tonight. And I think our next board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, September 2nd. Everyone be well, be safe. For those of you dropping your kids off at colleges, my friends and colleagues, the build up to it is worse than the actual drop off. So it gets better. Good night.